Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Polemic Day. I am, as always and ever, your host, the Lore Runner. I'm going to try to be as very brief and informative as I can right here at the beginning of the VOD, especially for those of you watching this live. And by live, I mean the opposite of live. Dead? For those of you watching this dead on YouTube. Polemic Day it's on Halloween every year, and we allow for polemic topics and questions, which we usually don't. That's the very, very basic summary of what this is. It's a tradition that goes back a while, at least 9 years at this point, something like that. There we go. Apologies. About 9 years, 10 years ago, something like that. Loner's trying desperately to interrupt me, but he's going to fail at that. I forget exactly what started it, but we were streaming something for Halloween. We were doing a usual Halloween stream, because it's actually a fairly normal thing that we stream something specific for Halloween. And someone was like, hey, we should totally have like some kind of thing. And I was like, you know what, you're right. We should have more adorable stuffed plushies, I think. I think if we had more adorable stuffed plushies, the world would be a better place. The other thing that was discussed was what polemic means. We actually weren't calling it that back then. We called it the Halloween stream. But Polemic Day is a much more indicative term. For those of you not aware, polemic refers to anything that people can't talk about without getting argumentative or emotionally charged. Stuff that's kind of topics. You know the type. The thing is, I've had a no polemic... Yeah, this is the Polemic Spooktacular Day. I've had a no polemic rule since I was 13 years old. I actually can track all the way back to the specific place I was at when I finally implemented that rule. And the really sad thing is, periodically over the course of my life, I have re-examined whether that rule should exist, the no polemic topics. And the answer has always been reaffirmed firmly as, yes, that really should be a thing. So the thing is, though, this is the catch. This is the part most people don't understand. What is polemic varies based on who I'm talking to, who I'm talking around, like who else is in the room or else is listening in, where I'm talking about it, when I'm talking about it. So something that would be polemic, I'll use a made-up example, like C-Star here. So C-Star here is super polemic, but only to my niece. So I can't talk about C-Star around my niece. But I could talk about C-Star to my sister. So when we get around to talking about to my sister, I could talk about C-Star as much as I want. No issues, no problems, right? Maybe 5 years down the road, my niece gets to the point where C-Star is no longer polemic to her. And so forth and so on. You get it, right? That's how polemic works. It's an ever-moving, ever-shifting, dynamic definition because it has to be, right? There's no such thing as something that is universally polemic or, contrarily, universally not polemic. People will screech about everything. Some of you are familiar with the fact that for a long time, I refused to even discuss or debate or in anything, even bring up the Star Wars sequel trilogy. Because the Star Wars sequel trilogy for a long time, at least in the space where we discuss things, which is YouTube and Twitch, was a polemic topic. So it doesn't have to be something like wars or politics or religion or whatever else you think are the obvious stuff. It can be whatever. In fact, another example of this is the recent Star Trek stuff. New Trek, Star Trek Discovery. That was very polemic when Star Trek Discovery first came out. It's actually chilled out a lot, probably because there's a whole lot of additional new Trek shows nowadays. And distance usually helps. It's one of the... there's something called the historical rule. Although I think there's other terms for it as well. The historical rule is the further away you are from a topic, the safer it is to talk about it. Most people don't really get about discussing World War II, right? But immediately after World War II, people were very when it came to discussing World War II. And that's why the polemic definition, by definition, has to be so dynamic. Sense make? So, that's the basics of what's going on today. Functionally, this is a Q&A stream. We're just chatting and talking, as we do. But though that limit has been removed, the no polemic rule has been lifted. Now, there's a caveat. There's actually a very, very big caveat. In fact, there's two. First caveat is Rule 0 still applies. Just because we're allowed to bring up pineapple doesn't change the fact that you still have to not be a dick to each other. And I would like it if you're not a dick to me, too. But you get the general concept. Rule 0 always applies. That's why it's called Rule 0. The other thing is actually really simple. I retain a degree of executive veto. If you ask me something that I have any reason whatsoever to not answer, then I will not answer it. Now, I will usually say so. I'll be like, no, I'm going to skip that, or I'm going to not answer that, or I'm not going to touch that, or whatever. But that is always going to be the rule. Now, hang on. There's actually one last little addendum, which is kind of brand new to this year. So Zalok, who I don't think is here at the moment, actually helped us get together, put together, and then process into an actually good functioning thing, the question bot, the Wiley bots, which most of you this year are probably aware of because we've been using the Wiley bots just on everyday streams over the past year. But it was actually invented for Polemic Day. So if you have something you want to put into the queue, you can go ahead and type exclamation mark and then the letter Q, space, and then whatever you want to put there. Like, for example, vulgarity. It just said, are you working right now? So that's how you can get questions in the queue. Usually what happens here, historically speaking, is we get absolutely bombarded with questions at the very beginning of the stream, which I struggle to catch up to. And then bit by bit that trickles down until we're just kind of casually chatting. And I'm playing Super Metroid in the background the entire time because A, I can play Super Metroid while chatting, and B, I only get to play Super Metroid like once a year at this point on Polemic Day, so just give me this. Just give me this. So, going back down to here. Oh yes, and I am, of course, in uniform. Okay. Yeah, and we will not be playing StarCraft 2 today. That will be tomorrow. I also want to say thank you to Loner very much for the sub. You're going to have to give me a second. Well, we're going to change the music in a minute. We'll destroy the music. Oh, sure thing, Wandering Null. It says 555 fake number. By the way, this is the soundtrack to Surviving Mars, a soundtrack I highly recommend. Let's go towards Planescape Torment, the BRPG block, and Shoota's Blood and Teeth. As a consequence, by the way, someone, it might have been you, Loner, actually asked me why I was estimating 10 hours for Shoota's Blood and Teeth. That's how long it took us to go through it when we were doing our co-op playthrough. I've actually played through it already with my friends. And it was fun, and it was cool, and it was extremely buggy. We had to restart several stages because we got soft-locked multiple times. So that's cool. But it took us... oh, did I already answer you? Okay. Sorry, I've been playing RTSs lately while getting at hard mode achievements, so my brain has been threading. Alright. Let me go ahead and get my glasses clear here. Ready. I'm ready. Bring on the questions. Ready. So the very first question right out the gate is, and I will, oh, speaking of which, for the sake of those at home, I'll be trying to repeat questions as I get them for the people who obviously can't see the question queue. Let me just put the question queue up here so I can see it properly. There we go. Okay. Good night, Dark Day. We're going to kill that. Death to music. Let's make sure that the sound is where it should be. Right about here. Perfect. That's strange. Love this game. There we go. Okay, there we go. Actually, I have my controller. So, Act asks a question. Are you aware of the troubles? Well, okay, so first of all, obviously I am aware of the troubles. So let's just do this. There we go. So yes, I am obviously aware of the troubles. Make sure my controls are right. Yep, they're good. For those of you not aware, Trefin is here. Thank you, Trefin, very, very much. wasn't expecting a lot of subs or donations today. Not gonna lie to you. That's going towards the Zelda block, the Resident Evil block, the Kingdom Hearts block. Okay. I'm aware of the Troubles. That's Ireland and Britain and all kinds of fun stuff. The wall through Northern Ireland, etc., etc. Was I aware of them when they were going live? As in, because I was alive for a decent chunk of the Troubles there. And the answer to that is yes, I was aware of it, but it was always this kind of background thing that I always had this vague sense that I didn't know enough about. So I always just kind of had this vague impression that it was bad. And unfortunately, the biggest thing I was aware of was a massive stereotype. I'm not even going to tell you the one, because you know what it is. So, wasn't really familiar with what was going on at the time. Next part of the question was, do I think the Good Friday Agreement that ended it should be studied? Let me pause the question right there. Yes, I do think that more people need to actually look into the Good Friday Agreement in general. It's kind of a fascinating point in history. The fact that it worked is honestly kind of crazy. It probably shouldn't have, if we're just being totally honest with ourselves. But it did. So, yeah, that absolutely is the kind of thing that we should research. But it was being specifically asked, and of course this is the first question out of the gate, I was expecting this. Do I think it should be studied with regards to the current Israel-Palestinian situation? Again, yes. I am going to go ahead and admit right out of the gate, I am not super familiar. Oh my god, that's actually a good time. I'm not super familiar with the nuanced details of what's going on as of this exact moment in time in the Middle East. And if I'm being totally honest, nor do I want to. I do not want to research horrible, horrible, atrocious acts while I am currently looking at, you know, like when I'm holding my niece in my arms, you know what I mean? It's a colossal mess, and I know that. And so I have sort of deliberately avoided that one, partially because of inability to tolerate it, and also partially because I can't do anything about it anyways. So, anyways, I hope that answers your question, Act. The second question Act asks is, thoughts on sushi with ketchup? Alright, so, security, I'm going to need you to escort Act out of here and into the execution chambers immediately, please. Don't worry, it's actually much less terrible than it sounds. It just forces you to play Secret of the Stars over and over. Spartan asks, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I missed. Spartan asks, do I know Metroid Zero Mission well enough to speedrun it? I've only beat Metroid Zero Mission once ever, so the answer is a really big fat no. I'm not sure I actually know any Metroid well enough to speedrun them, other than the one I'm playing right now. Favorite and least... Oh, sorry, Primarch the Mage asks, favorite and least favorite TV shows. Oh gosh. First, hang on, I'm going to skip ahead in the queue really quick, because someone asked, it's already actually scrolled off the screen, but somebody asked, is there a limit on how many questions you can ask today? And no, is the answer. Puppies or kittens? Neither. There's the real polemic answer. Okay, so back to Primarch's question. What are my favorite and least favorite TV shows? So this is obviously going to be very controversial. But my least favorite TV shows happen to include anything reality TV, first of all. I cannot stand reality TV. I should mention that when I say reality TV, what I mean is fake drama. You know what I mean. You know exactly what I mean when I say fake drama bullcrap. However, I will admit there's some kinds of like challenge shows that tend to catch my attention. You know, like there's some survival challenge shows, and there's some stuff where like cooking challenge shows I tend to enjoy. There was this one, I don't remember the name of it, but it was basically a painting show, right? And they had to paint, but they had to paint with this material, and they had to paint this type of thing, right? It was that kind of a thing. Challenge show, you get it, you know the concept. Poor Chris. But as far as television shows that are specific shows that I dislike, Battlestar Galactica, the new one. I hate that show. It's not a bad show. It's literally the first thing I ever applied the term coffee to. So I kind of have a bit of a pre-existing vendetta, if that's the right word, on that show. Not what I would call a big fan. Let's see. Other shows I really dislike. Avatar: The Last Airbender. And, let's see, what else? Lost. I hate Lost. Let's see. Oops, I actually screwed that up. Playing terribly today. I've made like 4 mistakes already. I feel like there's another popular show. Oh, yeah, Firefly. There we go. Now, I should probably mention, I'm not actually memeing or joking. I really dislike all of these shows. Firefly is just a little bit too gross for me. Battlestar Galactica is something I can't tolerate because of how grimdark, bleak it is. And also some other issues with it. And Lost just pisses me off for how unplanned it is and how nonsense it is. Lost pretty much introduced me to J.J. Abrams. Oh, and Avatar: The Last Airbender I dislike for reasons I can't really properly enumerate, but I think at least part of it is because it's the most beloved show in the history of the known universe. And I admit that freely. I never liked it, and I just kind of walked away from it. I was like, yeah, okay, I'm done with this. No, thank you. And then people's like, oh my god, you should watch The Last Airbender. I'm like, okay, I didn't like it, so no thank you. Oh my god, you need to... It's pendulum effect. That's something I myself have talked about several times in my life. Shows that I really like, by contrast. I'm going to obviously mention Star Trek. Just Star Trek. Babylon 5. Farscape. But the most controversial show that I really, really, legitimately actually like is My Little Pony. That is to say, specifically Friendship is Magic, which I believe is Season 4. I never remember, or not, sorry, Generation 4. I never remember the specifics of which generation it is. But that is an unironically very good show with good characters, good continuity, and actually mature adult themes, which, is pretty much just the appeal there. Also, some of the best animation I've seen, and you know me, I tend to like good animation. Let's see. Valerian Wraithwell asks, why are you so stupid? How do I feel about municipal or county-run broadband? Let me hesitate on answering that to jump to the next part of your question. Do I feel the government should treat broadband access like we did power and telephone lines in the New Deal era? Whoa, I missed that jump hard. I guess I just stop for a second to read the rest of this question. Do I feel the government should treat broadband access like we did power and telephone lines in the New Deal era, as in it is a right that everyone has access to, even if it's not economic? So let me answer the second part of that question first, because it's the easier part. Yes. The first part of the question is a little bit difficult because the problem is I'm actually probably more pro-government run stuff than I am corporate sector stuff. But obviously the government is a giant ball of bureaucratic incompetence and mess. So it's kind of one of those situations. Which particular poison would you prefer? Having said that, I'll take the government over that nonsense. Utilities, at the very least, are something that I don't have to worry about being overcharged for something that doesn't work properly. If there is a power outage, that is usually resolved. I need more missiles. Within the matter of hours, even when it's something like a transformer being knocked out. When the internet goes out, sucks to be me. Okay, so, I pay lots of money for internet. I pay like $250, $300 a month right now for internet, something like that. And it's kind of crap. I'm gonna stop talking for a second because this is a hard trick. Nope. That's first fail. Hang on. Second try is not too shabby. That's actually a frame-perfect trick, believe it or not. I just skipped like half a Bryn Star, for those of you not familiar with this game. Okay, so, Yura asks, it's an Israel question. I knew they were coming. I knew they were coming. Do I think that most people support Israel because they're afraid of seeming anti-Semitic and maybe even have something against brown people? So the truthful answer is, of course, I have absolutely no idea. You're going to hear that a lot today, by the way. I have absolutely no shame in admitting that I don't know when I don't know. Having asked that, or having answered that, I will answer the core of your question, which I will say is, I do think that people will support a side or pick a side in that situation for reasons that have absolutely nothing to do with that side in question. I can say that with total certainty because I've observed this personally. Alright, next question. What's the best Halloween costume I've ever had? When I was younger, when I was a young boy, I went to this one place that was this huge suburban sprawl. It's just houses, like housing development, huge housing section, gigantic neighborhood, miles wide. And I was there with a bunch of my friends and several of, obviously, our parents. And we're like, okay, let's go ahead and do this. And it was probably the best Halloween night I've ever had. And I got, hang on a second. Okay, that's not great. I'm actually not doing well. I might die soon. I got together a bunch of boxes and some, like a bunch of spray paint, and I dressed up as Gemini Man. Now, for the three of you in chat who actually know who Gemini Man is, first of all, you're a legend. But second of all, for those of you who don't, it's one of the bosses from Mega Man 3, which at the time was pretty new. It looked really terrible. Like, it was such an awful outfit. I, like, had a cardboard box around my chest, and cardboard boxes for bracers, and cardboard boxes around my legs. And, come on. There we go. But the part I was most proud of is I had actually carved is the wrong word, cut out, like, the distinctive thing he's got on his head, and I built myself my own helmet. And that was the part I was most proud of, because the helmet actually looked like Gemini Man's helmet. The rest of it looked like I was in a box. But at least I had the frickin' helmet. Okay, I've got to be careful for a second, because I can die right here. I've lost runs right in this room. To these enemies right here. There we go. Nope, we're okay, we're okay. Okay. That's the first hard part. No, really, that's the first fail point in this. So that was probably my favorite overall outfit I've ever done for Halloween. Whoa. Let's just suck there a little bit. Alright, next question is, have I ever looked into, or do I believe in nationalizing the energy sector? Yes, with, again, total certainty, and for the same basic reason that I just mentioned. Now, nationalizing, it should mention, is not a binary thing. So it's not all or nothing. A lot of people tend to think that that kind of government authority is something that it's all or nothing. There's actually a lot of gradients. In fact, the government does, in most countries, get involved in a lot of private sector stuff like that via indirect methods or other things like subsidies or variances on tax rules or write-offs or all kinds of other fun stuff that they can do. There's also state-sponsored stuff. There's tons of stuff like that. I also think, part of the reason I think this, though, is that I think that the energy grids need to be a lot more better done. I don't have a better way to phrase that. The status of the energy grids here in the United States, at least, which is the only one I could speak of any sincerity, are bad. We do not have a particularly well-invested or well-designed energy grid. I could just point to Texas as a good example of that. But in addition to, or perhaps because of Texas, there's all kinds of places which have their own private energy grids. Not all of them are up to code. Not all of them have good backups. Not all of them can handle certain types of loads. Yeah, no, there's all kinds of situations where that needs to be sort of standardized. We are at a point in human history where electricity is not a luxury. It is a utility. And that's the simplest and easiest way I can give my opinion on that matter. So I'm going to hurry here. I want to kill that thing before it leaves this room, which I can do. There we go. And we're good. Okay, cool. That is true for a lot of the infrastructure. The internet also is another one where that is also valid on. But yeah, no, there's people who die because of lack of electricity. In both directions, actually. So that's fun. Elizar has the most important question I've been asked today, which is, hi, Lore. Hello, Elizar. Lord Harrowmont asks a lengthy question, so I'm going to have to get to that in just a second. Lord Harrowmont says, this question is usually... Nope. This question is usually taboo, but for reasons today I might ask. Am I allowed to privately make a guess as to your first name? You can do it privately. If you say it out loud, I will ban your ass instantly for doxing me. If anybody tries to say any of the things they think is my name in chat right now, please feel free to ban them instantly. That's not funny, and that's not cool. Alright, now let me go ahead and Alt-Tab, because I gotta clear the first page of questions. Delete. There's the question I already skipped ahead to. Delete. But hang on. I'm getting question bombed here. Okay. So Eleazar says, can we ask questions regardless of how awful they are? Yes, but as is per the rule, I do not vow or promise to answer anything. So, I mean, just type ! Polemic if you just want a brief summary of the rules. That's ironically a thing that's been part of the bot for like all year. But you get it. Okay, so Lore Runner's skincare routine. So I actually take pretty good care of my skin because my face is on screen all day, every day. I use a combination of oils and I can't think of the term right now, moisturizer. So I moisturize pretty regularly. I also try to do facial stretches and jaw exercises to make sure that I don't have a lot of sagging skin. Honestly, it's kind of it. So I guess you're asking for more details. Give me 1 second because I'm about to do the second hard trick of this game. Give me a second. I'm just gonna pause because this is 3 frame perfect tricks in a row here. Yes, warp core. Oh my god, first try. Okay. Sorry, that's actually 4 frame perfect tricks in a row. I actually forgot about that. Okay. It's okay. This is an official run now. This is an official run. Alright, so sorry, back to the questions. I think that's most of the skincare stuff. Like I said, I moisturize. I do jaw exercises. I'll even show you. So the first major jaw exercise I do is stretch this out and then also jut your jaw forward and then try to pull your lip up, which gets down here. And then hang on, so suddenly can't remember my whole routine. Yeah. So you close your mouth. I would believe you, Evo. You close your mouth completely. You push your tongue to the top of your thing, and you hum. You vibrate, and that will get right back here, and right under here. So like that, and you just hold that for 15 seconds or 30 seconds, whatever you're comfortable with. And then I can't remember the 4th one. For God's sakes, I'm just. You're asking me to remember something, and I'm terrible at remembering things. I have a terrible memory. Hang on. So oh, right, duh. This one right here. So this one's actually harder to do properly. You have to actually push your throat directly back, and then like that. So like that. You want to move as little of your body, your shoulders, and your neck as possible, and just push this back. This will get the back of your neck, but also, most importantly, get right up here. And there we go. That's all of them. Those are the ones I do every day. Okay. Wandering Doll says, puppies or kittens? Now, this is funny, because Wandering Doll said, what is the most divisive? This is the most divisive and dangerous question you'll be asked all day. And Wandering Doll was not joking, because my answer is neither. I don't like dogs or cats. So, I just lost my entire viewership. Alright, so let's move on. Whoops. Let's see. Thoughts on cooking shows. I actually feel like I already answered this, but just to repeat myself. Good cooking shows are enjoyable. Bad cooking shows, not so much. That being said, most of what I enjoy about cooking shows is one of two things. Either ideas or gimmicks. Well, come on. There we go. Internal System Error asks, real thoughts on New Trek. Real thoughts on New Trek. Okay. I don't think New Trek really feels like Trek to me, for the most part. I should admit that I have not seen Strange New Worlds or Lower Decks. But speaking very specifically of both Discovery and Picard, I feel like both shows, I hate to speak in such a vague and broad term, are not Trek at their core. In thematically, right? Like in terms of the approach to the show, approach to the heart, the vibe, the atmosphere, the tone. One of the things that I've talked about before, and this has very much been made true as I've been going back through Star Trek with a friend of mine for the first time, is that Star Trek is trying to do an optimistic take on the future, which puts it in the minority. Because the overwhelming majority, actually, of fiction approaches the future as if everything is bad and going to get worse. Star Trek presumes the opposite, that everything is bad and things are going to get better. That doesn't mean there can't be darkness, that doesn't mean there can't be negative things, or downsides, or tragedy, or anything of that stuff, but it's always from an overall perspective of optimism. It is my opinion that this is missing fundamentally at the very core of a lot of New Trek, including, most especially, Discovery and Picard. Especially Picard Season 1 and 2. Having said that, all that's vague, like ephemeral, vibe and feeling stuff. I can also say that I think the cinematography legitimately sucks. I think the camera work is headache-inducing. And I find most of the script writing to be bad, even by Star Trek standards. Speaking as someone who studied Star Trek for the better part of a decade, I understand that Trek is not exactly known for being a well-written show. But yeah, no, the dialogue, the pacing, the story sequencing, the plot elements, all of it is just bad. I don't have a better way to say it. And I feel like both Discovery and Picard Season 1 and 2, and I keep emphasizing that because those are the ones I'm focusing on right now, just do not do it for me at all. Now, 1 second. This is another one of those hardest jump moments. Nope. God, completely failed with that. Alright, hang on. We'll do this another way. Yes. Nope. Okay. Nope. Ah! Do I have suspicions on why Night Trek is like that? Actually, yes, I do. I think that it is normal for most writers to want to do a deconstruction. Some of you may or may not be aware. By the way, second try, can I get a frickin' flex for that? That's actually the hardest jump in the game for me. I don't know why. It's not even actually the hardest jump. It's just the one I fail at the most. But holy crap, second try. Anyways, we're on a roll today. What was I saying? I've lost my train of thought, actually. That just impressed me so much. Hang on, let's pause the game for just a second. What was I talking about? New Trek, dialogue, construction, deconstruction. Right, that's why, because it wasn't in the queue. I feel like it's very natural for people to look at a setting and say, I want to break that. In fact, it's so natural that I would say it's textbook. It's normal. I've encountered this 100 times in 100 different fictions. 99% of the time, when a new writer jumps into a pre-existing setting, the first thing they want to do is they want to say, well, what's the rules? And once they find a rule that they either don't like or find interesting, they say, I want to break that rule. Deep Space Nine tried this. Ira Steven Behr tried this specifically, and it's actually one of the things I dislike, because Ira Steven Behr is a jackass who can go directly to hell. But he constantly tried to push this narrative that the Federation was this big fascist force, and that Starfleet was actually awful, and blah, blah, blah. Now, the reason he kind of failed at that is specifically because he had other people pulling him back. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but thank goodness for Rick Berman, who actually did, in many cases, tell Ira Steven Behr to dial it back a bit. Which is probably why DS9 ended up being as good as it is. Because DS9 was what Discovery could have been if it wasn't reined in a little bit. But now you see where I'm going with this. I think that Discovery was, you can quote me on this, I think Discovery was, nobody was pulling back. Nobody was trying to apply a degree of external force or moderation or whatever onto the thing. So Discovery just decided to lunge into that let's break all the rules thing. So they did. And I think that's the biggest reason why they, in my opinion, suck. All right, hang on. So I got to actually delete a few questions so I can read these. Give me a second. I have no idea what. Hang on, I'm getting questions so fast. I'm failing at editing the document. hang on. There we go. Okay. Elizar says, as a Swede, I have no experience with 9/11. How did I react when I heard of it? So I was actually in college, just right before some bad stuff happened in my life when 9/11 hit. In fact, I had a friend who lived up there at about the time. And, I mean, yeah, the question bot's probably going to break. Let's be honest with ourselves. So what happened was right at the very beginning of the day, we had a message from my grandmother on the phone. Remember when voicemail was a thing? And it was just sitting there, and we woke up to it, and it was kind of strange because there was just a message from her, and all she said was, "It's pretty bad today. Well wishes." And like that was it. Naturally, having this message and nothing else from grandma, from my mother's mother, it was just like, huh? Oh my God, what do we, okay. But then we turned on the television and it was on every single channel. You know, this is back, there used to be this thing called television. I don't know if you ever heard of that. And it was just kind of this whole holy crap sort of a moment. And I remember what I felt most importantly, most strongly, I guess, of all, was just this really horrible disgust, for lack of a better word to put it. I'm not a big fan of death. I never have been. And seeing that whole thing and not knowing the specifics and being afraid for how many people might have just lost their lives for no goddamn reason, that was not a great feeling. Yeah, it's the CRT thing. You know what? Hang on. I got your back. Let me explain to you what CRT is here. Hang on. I gotta actually find it. Here you go. So this is what it used to be like back in the day. Okay? This was my life back in the day. Now, because I love giving people eye cancer, we're just gonna do the rest of the stream like this. I'm joking. I hate CRT shaders. I know that people swear by them. I don't know why. No offense, preferences are preferences. I do understand and believe in the concept of personal choice, quite a bit actually. But what is wrong with you? All right, so there we go. Oh, it's so much better. I've often theorized that one of the reasons I'm so anti-CRT is specifically because I had to deal with it for so long in my life. When I finally was able to actually see pixels, it was a relief. It was like, oh, thank God. Oh, whew. Is that Kingdom Hearts block? Yes. Thank you, Doralis. Always appreciate the sub. I will put that towards ESO, the Age of Empires block, and the Kingdom Hearts block. Thank you. Okay. I mean, you can make the arguments all you want, guys. I'm not actually throwing shade. I just don't get it, and I never will. Which is cool. Did you know some people actually like black licorice? I know, it's shocking. So Mr. Red says, do I think the Orange Menace will see significant time behind bars? Let me stop you right there. No. What I think is going to happen with him? He's probably going to get elected in about a year. Is most likely what's going to happen. And then he's probably going to die in office, and that's probably going to be used by other people as a platform to further their agenda. There you go. You can quote me when that happens. So, Do I think there should be a legally mandatory source code release time for games after X amount of time? That's tricky, but that boils into... that really delves into copyright, actual copyright law. I've always been in favor... I haven't gotten to it yet, I don't think. My name is government, etc. Like, I'm going down the list. My name is Legion for... Oh my god, that's a hard name to say quickly. My name is Legion for We Are Many. So I'm going down the list. I'm going in order. So I don't believe I've skipped any questions of yours, other than the how many questions you can ask, which is you can ask as many as you want, which I've already answered. Okay, so hang on. Okay, I'll try to call you Legion. So no, I have not missed any question that I am unaware of. So we need to do this. Good morning, Rax. All right, so do I think there should be a legally mandated source? All right, so copyright. Yeah, copyright. I am one of those people who's of the opinion that at a certain time, I've actually talked about this. I don't particularly consider this a polemic topic. I am one of those people who considers, I think that at a certain point in time, anything, without regards to, like, whether it's music or whether it's a video game or whether it's a programming code or whatever, should become open source. And having said that, I do think there's a caveat, because I think just making things open source is not exactly the solution there. What I think there should be is there should be a standardization of, if official, for lack of a better way to put it, like some kind of indicator that this is an official work versus a non-official work. And thus there would be a way. So let me use the example I always like to use. If I wanted to make Star Wars, if I wanted to make a Star Wars film, that I should be allowed to do that. But I should not actually be allowed to say this is an official Star Wars film. And that's the kind of thing people can come after me legally for. Only the people who own the rights to Star Wars, the actual distribution rights to Star Wars, that would be to say Disney, could say this is official Star Wars. Make sense? That's my take. I've actually thought about this quite a bit. Because of course I have. So that is how I think that should actually work. And so this then ties immediately into your direct question, Talia Zed, which is I think that source code should be released, but then Microsoft should be able to keep doing, you know, this is the official version of Windows. Make sense? I love this song, by the way. Favorite song of the game. Why do I dislike Avatar the Last Airbender? Next question. All right, so... Yep, I knew I was going to fail that jump. Oh, Jesus. We're okay. We're okay. Getting a little low on health, but that's okay. We've got a health coming up in about 5 rooms. Give me a second. This is actually kind of tricky. And then up, and then up. And then more up. This is the tower. My favorite, everyone's favorite part of this game. The part of which every one of you got stuck on it when you were playing this as a kid. Don't lie to me. Everyone in chat. No, I did this first time perfectly. No, you didn't. Don't lie to me. This is actually, in my opinion, the hardest room to do properly. I've already screwed it up. Yep. It's really satisfying when you pull it off, because you just get through and don't touch anything. Thank you, Rax. Thank you for... Big you. Okay. There it is. Alright, where was I? Valerian, whoop, hang on. Valerian asked a long question. I gotta actually read that, so you gotta give me a second. Power bombs. Do I think Starlink... Remind me what Starlink is. Thank you. Do I think Starlink should be nationalized by the government? I've seen this floated by Elon as Elon has cut access off to his network and used it to influence policy regarding Ukraine and various other events, which I think is potentially dangerous. Yes, I feel like I've actually already answered this question, to be totally honest with you. It's my opinion that satellite internet is actually something that we should look more into. I mean that professionally, not personally, as a network engineer. I think that satellite internet is something we should delve more into as, let's call it a stopgap for fiber. Might not even be something that we use long-term as a species, but nevertheless is something that we probably could use as a species, that we could implement as a species. now, as opposed to several other things which we need to actually spend a lot more time and effort on, like getting proper fiber laid across multiple countries and across the planet. That's going to be a hell of an overhaul, and I know that. That's I'm not an idiot. Well, I mean, I am an idiot, but you know what I mean. But we need more and better satellite coverage, and I already think satellite, that is to say internet, should be utility, so there you go. I'm a little biased on this matter, I'm not gonna lie, network engineer turned streamer, but I do think that internet is a utility. Okay. Zach Taff asks, how do I feel about Disney's new take on Star Wars with shows like The Mandalorian, which I haven't seen? Do I think streaming shows like that are good for Star Wars? That's an interesting question. So, for those of you who remember... So, first of all, I haven't seen any of them. Let me start by saying I haven't seen any of the new Star Wars stuff. Time is not something I have a tremendous amount of in my life. I need to go open the store really quick. There we go. But I do think that... so what I said when they first announced they were going to do all of the show stuff for Star Wars, I was completely in favor of it. Excuse me. Specifically because of the fact that it seemed like the right choice to me. Rather than trying to essentially oversaturate with movies, trying to go ahead and have a decent amount of shows as kind of a more gradient, lower cost, but long-form storytelling to keep Star Wars alive and active, and to tell all the many stories that can exist in Star Wars. However, I will then also say that I do think, from what I do know about how they've been handling the shows, is I think that most of them have been failing at this task. Most of them have been trying to produce them in the manner that you would a movie, which is a mistake. And most of them have also been trying a little bit too hard to be, shall we say, MSQ, and I think that is a mistake too. This is often called the hardest trick in the game. So we've already failed once. Twice. Third try is really good for that. Now, I find this one harder, personally. So we gotta do another one. This is another 3 frame perfect. Nope, so that's the first failure. Give me a second. This one sucks more, I think, because it takes so long to reset if you fail. That's 2 failures. God damn. So, part of the problem with this trick is you have to start sprinting in the middle of doing this. So that's what I'm doing here. So you notice I'm walking, and then I start sprinting while the load screen is happening, which buffers part of the sprint, so I can have enough sprint charge time to actually make this happen. Here we go. This should do it. Oh, yeah. I'm going to celebrate by taking a moment, because I paused to play the game, so I'm going to pause to answer questions. Oh, yeah, that is the actual hardest trick in the game for me right there. That is just mean. You have to quite literally bug the game out in order to be able to get the speed necessary to get the dash in time. There's actually another way to do it, which is even harder, which is why I don't. So I think one of the biggest problems is that the Star Wars shows have been trying too hard to be MSQ rather than being primary optional or secondary content, and I think that they've been going a little bit over budget. I also think that they've been going too hard on the streaming thing, and that's actually a really complex topic I don't want to get into right now, but the long and the short of it is I think delving too hard onto the streaming side and expecting it to be a revenue source was a mistake, because it was. That's not actually opinion. That is a fact at this point. Should acceptance of transgender people be mandated by law? Now, that is an interesting question. So, first of all, obviously, trans people are people, duh. You know, duh. But I feel like if you try to legally mandate something like that, all that's going to do is cause the opposite problem. Having said that, I think the other side of that is that if you don't allow for if you don't mandate protections for that kind of a thing, then bad things can and will and have happened. So I would go ahead and go so far as to say that I think that there should absolutely be protections for it. You know, abilities that people have, legal rights, and again, protections that people have in order to be able to say, hey, I have been disallowed from going to school, or I've been disallowed from working at this establishment, or whatever, right? Some kind of protection layer that needs to be there so that people have the ability to go to someone and get protection when something bad has been done towards them, just like any other person should be able to. But as far as legally mandating you should hug people, no. Warpcore asks, what is an RPG? You know it when you see it. Legion says, if I prefer governments over corporations, how exactly do I plan to stop governments from being grossly incompetent and doing more harm than good? Please be specific. Okay, so there is no way to do that. So the answer is not. There is no functional systemic way to force people to not be greedy or corrupt or stupid, whether they're a corporation or a government. So that's my very specific answer. No. Clace asks, why does American isolationism always seem to appear even though it would make the world a worse place? I don't actually fully understand that question. Yeah, do you want random people hugging you, Linnea Ruth? Honestly, I don't want random people hugging me. And I'm a people, I think. I'm actually a robot. C-Star does not want random people hugging her, okay? So, why does American isolationism always seem to appear even though it would make the world a worse place? I'm not sure I understand what the question actually is, so I'm not sure what to answer here. I feel like you're asking, why does American have isolationism? I guess is really what that boils down to. Part of that is because of the nature of what the United States was when it was first built, which is, we're out. But I think the real answer there is that most countries tend to have a bit of an isolationist bent, and it just kind of comes and goes with the tides, right? Like Brexit. Anyways, next question. Ect says, do I know anything regarding the crime situation in Sweden? I'm going to stop you right there. No, I don't actually know what's going on in Sweden. So as I said before, if I do not have an answer, I do not know, then I will say I do not know. I have no problem saying that. Warpcore says, this is basically just a normal question stream. Yes, but also we're asking about slavery and transgender rights, so that's cool. What is a Judo Joker asks, what is a polemic topic you're itching to discuss? I think that too many people, everybody knows that simple solutions are dumb. What I think that the problem is the older I get and the more I study things, the more I think that people fall into what I call the complexity trap. How do you, like the very question Legion just asked right there, and a lot of questions a lot of other people ask is, how do you fix this very, very complex situation? And the answer is usually you don't, right? There's no answer there. So, woo, we win, or rather, we lose. But I think the problem is we tend to forget that not everything is actually that difficult or that complicated. We tend to think everything's complicated and there's no solutions for anything. Therefore, there's no reason to bother trying to fix anything. But there are actually specific things which are fixable, which are doable, which are easy things, for lack of a better way to put it. Things that actually can be fixed, as opposed to, things that cannot. Almost dropped my controller. Didn't drop my controller. Cool. Yeah, Occam's razor is a slogan, not a real thought exercise, but it does apply sometimes. That's always nice. It's okay. I didn't actually drop it. I actually have pretty good reflexes. One time, a dog bit at my niece, my younger niece, when she was quite young. And I didn't even, this is not a joke, this is not a brag, I didn't even process that I had picked her up and pulled her up here out of reach before it had already happened. Just boom. And then I realized she was up here. She was laughing, of course, because she just had a ride. But yeah, no, I when I need to, I have actually pretty good reflexes. No, it wasn't a pit bull. Pit bulls get a bad rap. They're good dogs. Question there. All right, so yeah, so I feel like people can't fall into the complexity trap. People have the tendency to think everything is complicated, therefore there's no reason to try and solve anything. I think this is also related personally to the perfection trap, which is, well, if we can't fix the situation, then why bother doing anything to improve it? This is an argument I hear a lot. I hear this argument all the time, where people will say, well, we can't actually make it good, so we're not going to try to make it better. They don't say it that way, but that is what people mean. And so I also think that's related to that. It's part of that thing. Well, I mean, it's just this big, complex problem, and I've got to spend all this time and effort, and I can't fix this, so we don't do anything, right? Yeah, the why bother attitude. Resignation. I think resignation is probably the biggest enemy to human progress that has ever existed. I mean that with total sincerity. I feel like that's a huge problem. That's a good point, Lord Harriman. You're right. Anyways, so hang on. So next question. Hang on, I gotta delete a couple of things here really quick. Or I got a new question, which deleted that. Come on. Oh my God. Revert. Refresh. Jesus Christ. Hang on. I gotta... Give me a second. Okay. So, I think I've answered enough questions. Go ahead and play the game some more. Oh man, that would make a lot of sense, Legion. Because you're right, resignation. I mean, actually, there is a resignation guy. His name is Decay. I'm dead serious, by the way. That's Decay's shtick in a nutshell, is that kind of resignation. So what do I believe are the capital complications? The capital complications? You mean the money complications for making healthcare absurdly expensive? Okay, so my knowledge about the medical industry is out of date. Let me go and start by saying that. I used to actually know the medical industry here in the States quite well. That information is at this point over a decade out of date. So massive grain of salt with regards to anything I'm about to say. But there are interesting reasons why healthcare tends to be expensive, and it boils down to the fact that if you tried to force medical care to be cheaper at a governmental level, without fundamentally changing how healthcare itself is actually being implemented, then all you're going to do is de-incentivize people from researching or producing or any other stuff like that. So the point is, this goes back to that simplicity thing. A lot of people say that all you have to do is just have the government cover the healthcare check. That's not going to work, I don't think, here in the States, because the whole system needs to be ripped out and completely replaced with one that's designed from top to bottom to actually work a little bit better. Because right now we have an incentive-based healthcare system, which means people want to make lots of money, which means they want to go to college for long years, and that college is very expensive, so they need to make a lot of money once they go to that college. And so it's this massive sequence of chains, because we've got research and development, we've got education, we've got the production lines, then we've got the actual service industry. We haven't even hit the service industry until we get like 5 steps in, and so forth and so on. Again, I'm not going to go down the whole list, and my information's out of date. But there's a long chain of things which all add expense to the healthcare industry here in the States, and before we even get to the point of actually being at the price of an operation or a visit or a pill. And then you get to the point where you actually have the operation, the visit, and the pill, and then you've got extra things on top of that. And also, can I just say that the health insurance industry in the United States is garbage? is actually legitimately disgusting. Not because of like any basic level thing, but because of the fact that it is a goddamn scam on so many different levels. It's actually insane, and the more you look into it, the more insane it gets. I struggle to think of another thing where you can actually buy something and not know what you're purchasing until you get it. Oh, wait. Anyways, that's my point, though, is that I think that there's a chain problem going on here, and fixing that is something we should work on long term. It's not something we should be resigned to, but it is a complex problem that needs a systemic, periodic overhaul, either going down the chain or going up the chain, one of the two. I don't know which one's better. Trafin says, do I think more folks are foolish not to consider nuclear more than other resources? Yes, absolutely. I do think people have an irrational fear of nuclear power. Now, let me pause for a second and admit that some people have rational fears about nuclear power and legitimate concerns about nuclear power. It is not a fix-all. But I have encountered many, many times, especially in the country I live in, looking at you, California, people who have an irrational fear of nuclear power and just look at it and go, and just put a wall up without any thought or discussion or anything. And I do think that is a problem because, well, governments tend to follow popular will in general, and if popular will tends to follow a wave of no, then no tends to happen. Not always, but that is a thing that tends to be a thing. Do I identify myself as a socialist? No, actually. I, of course, identify as an imperialist. All right. Boss time. Oh yeah, I need to do this really quick. Forgot about that. But no, I'm obviously joking a little bit, but I do not particularly identify as a socialist. Point in fact, I don't identify as anything. I understand the point of a political party. I do not belong to any, and I cannot imagine any scenario in which I would. God dang it. I am doing really badly here. Oh yeah, I also don't identify as a centrist while we're on the subject. Although, just to give my opinion freely here, the idea of there only being two political parties is honestly one of the most laughable and stupid things I've heard all my entire life. I legitimately think, this is not a joke, that the Earth being flat is less ridiculous than the idea that any given government should only have two political parties. Like, I want you to really process what that means from a reality perspective. I understand the math that makes it happen, more than I'd like to. Because it is just math, honestly. Nope. We died. Alright, we're going to pause for a moment and answer some questions. Let's see here. Why is Israel always forced to defend retaliation when more often than not they are always attacked first? I have no idea. Affordable housing is hard to come by. When new housing is built, they're usually large, expensive monstrosities. Why that, you think? Someone kill the bot? Yep, someone killed the bot. Hang on. Hang on. Give me a second. Give me a second. There we go. No, it doesn't lose questions. It's just I can't process new questions. Okay, so where was I? So the only thing I know about the housing crisis, the only thing I know about, why does, stop doing that, bot. The only thing I know about why, actually I know a lot about that. I've even talked about this recently. In fact, I talked about this when I was forced to move because my apartment was a dick. I think here in the States, I don't know about other countries. I don't live in other countries. I haven't studied other countries. Here in the States, one of the biggest reasons why housing developments are the way they are is because they are investments, not homes. So they are designed to be a commodity, which can be bought and shared and yada, yada, yada. That's really the fundamental answer to that question. Everything else that's tied into that, the ideas of the actual construction industry, the lumber industry, the transportation industry, the actual contractors, there's actually multiple industries that are tied into building a home. In many ways, they actually tend to have a lot of an impact on exactly how that costs and how that functions. And the U.S. government several years ago decided to do the stupidest possible thing, possibly on purpose, in order to help fix that problem, in order to help people when COVID hit. And that was, I forget the exact change they made, but they changed interest rates, which meant people were more inclined to get loans, which meant people then did get loans, but not people, actually. No, companies and holding companies got loans, which then made it more available for those companies to buy more houses as investment commodities, as opposed to places where people can live. So good job on everyone on that part. Anyways. That's my knowledge of one of the reasons why that is. But your specific question was, why are they building huge, expensive monstrosities instead of just affordable housing? Honestly, I feel like that really is the answer to that question. From my knowledge, obviously there's some other problems related to this here. Counties usually establish what can be built within a particular grid or within a particular district. So that's kind of where that works and how that works. And yeah, you can't suggest housing prices go down because too many people don't want housing prices to go down. No offense if you're one of those people who doesn't want housing prices to go down, because it makes sense, right? You spent $100,000 for your house. You don't want to sell it for $50,000. You don't want your investment to go down. Even if you don't plan to sell, that $100,000 is something you can use as collateral to get loans or otherwise change your credit. You don't want that number to go down. And that's from the personal perspective, never mind the investors or the holding companies. If I could snap one or two countries out of existence, which ones would I do? Define a country for me, because I'm not comfortable with erasing people from reality. I know, very controversial take there, but I don't really want to kill people, if that's okay. If that's something that's on the table. Can we not? If I could quote Voyager for just a second, you'd be surprised how easy it is to not kill someone. But the answer is North Korea. Anyway, so, all right. How am I feeling today? Headachy, fatigued. I'm actually doing okay-ish. I am generally tired, but I am obviously like a little bit. I'm just fatigued in general. My life has been a whirlwind for the better part of the last 7 months. Ping to you, Flagant. Workout routine. So, of course, the answer is it depends. It was the doctor who said it, Legion. I don't remember the episode. I remember it because the way that Robert Picardo said it, because he's just such a great actor, really nailed it. And I can't remember the specific episode. So I don't have one workout routine. I like to do some really, really basic stuff. I actually have a weight bench and some weights right over there. I do butterfly curls pretty normally for the chest. I do some basic shoulder stuff, like this. I have recently rotated jumping jacks back into my rotation because I actually have room now to do that, so that's cool. I like to do squats. I do squats every day. I love squats, and they're a really, really great whole body exercise. And I have extremely strong, and my legs are actually one of the only part of my body I'm not ashamed of. That's always nice. I used to do planking. I have since discovered planking is actually not good for me in my exact condition. I think that sucks. I have a really strong core and very strong ab muscles, and that's arguably part of the problem. So, no more planking. I think that's kind of it as far as basics. I don't really do a lot on a daily basis, other, of course, than play Ring Fit. And I specifically do generic stuff when it comes to Ring Fit, just to get variety. If I wanted to site-specific work on something, I have the tools to do that. So Ring Fit is just a general workout kind of a thing. Want to wear a suit all the time? I'll get to that when we get there. Flesh and Blood. What episode was that? I don't remember that episode. Hang on, let's look that up really quick. I could add pull-ups if I had anything to pull up from. I would have to buy a pull-up standalone bar, which basically is a stand and then the bar like this, like that. Yes, that actually makes perfect sense that it's an episode. And I don't really have the... If I was going to add anything to my regime, what I would add is a punching bag, actually. I have boxing gloves, and that is a really good workout, especially if you do it right. Okay, do I think Elon Musk actually thinks his plans for Twitter will succeed? No. Is he that dumb, or do I think there's more nefarious motive? No, I legitimately think that Elon Musk is actually a very stupid person. You'll notice that I'm being very flat in my tone, because I have to emphasize that this is not a meme or a joke, and I'm not saying anything like that. I just think that Elon Musk is not smart. He is someone who stumbled into money and then paid people to manage his money for him, but he demonstrates his lack of intellect on a fairly regular basis. Do I think Elon Musk is stupidly incompetent or actively malicious? Actually, yes, I do think that he is both stupidly incompetent and actively malicious. He strikes me as the kind of person, this is just personal opinion here. That's not true, Crazy Norse. I'm your punching bag, remember? I think that he strikes me a very large amount as someone who never got that part of our lives where we grow up, for lack of a better way to put it, where we start to understand friction in real life, obstacles and opposition, and understanding and being willing to lose, being willing to let go of things, being willing to admit that we're wrong, being willing to admit that we have lost. I feel like that is the kind of thing that is part of growing up, my opinion. And so I do think that Elon Musk, and honestly a fairly large number of people, never really got that. I should probably mention that that's not exclusive to rich people. I know people personally who have never learned that lesson, who are older than I am. I say that lesson, you know what I mean, gone through that phase of their lives. I don't know why that's a thing. Am I bald? So Elizar asks, am I bald by choice or can't I grow hair? I actually am bald by choice. If you pay attention here, I'll show you a nice up close. I'm not even playing the game right now. You can actually see the shave, the stubble there. I have to shave roughly every 2.5 days. So every Wednesday, and so tonight, I think, or is this Tuesday? This is Tuesday, sorry. So tomorrow night and Saturday night, I will shave, and that's how I keep that schedule. Let me go back down to, where are we? We're at 4x3. There we are. See, I shave. I am not bald. And now, hang on. I gotta... What condition do I have that forces me to shave? Shame. What chair do I use? Well, actually, this chair has worked out really well for me. It is quite expensive, though. This is a Secret Lab chair. XL. It is not cheap. It is a gamer chair, but that's actually not why I use it. So I prefer, this is just a personal preference thing, but for my back and for pain, I prefer tall backs, or whatever these are properly called. You know, nice and tall. So I need the back of the chair to be above my head, right? So I used to just use office chairs, that kind of a thing. Some of you may actually remember that from back in the day. And I need this kind of chair. High back is apparently the official term. Thank you, Vulgarity. So I need this kind of chair. And I did a lot of research for this and actually got to sit in a specific version of this chair. My friend Gary has this chair, and he let me sit in it and physically feel how it felt and all that, work at it. And it is very nice. It is very comfortable. It's actually, this is important, it's got cloth. This is cloth instead of leather or plastic. Plastic melts and warps over time, and leather is uncomfortable and also will have issues. But cloth, while it will stain more, stays longer. So that's why I go with this one. Oh yeah, it also breathes, so that's nice. So I can honestly recommend this chair. I will say it is quite expensive. This is not something you get if you just want a casual chair. I think this one was like $500 or something like that. But yeah, this is a multi-year professional chair. I sit for a living, right? So I need to spend money for something I'm going to use all the time. It just says XL on the side. It is a Secret Labs XL. So Ect asks, am I aware of the disaster that is City Skylines 2? Not really. And why do I think so many games recently have to get an upscaler to even get to 30 FPS on 1080p? So I'm not fully familiar with what's going on with City Skylines 2. I did see that Paradox flat out said the game is buggy and unfinished, and therefore we're going to release it anyways, which is not a good look. And I have heard things, but again, I don't know personal stuff. I don't like to comment on personal stuff. So I don't really know, but that is kind of strange. Obviously, companies need to release things every quarter in order to keep their quarterly reports up, in order to keep their investments up. They are actually legally mandated to do that. That's how that works. So that's cool. So that's probably why so many games tend to get rushed in general. I should know, I've been studying games for the better part of the last decade. However, why do I think so many games have the need to get an upscale? In other words, so many games are not graphically great? I'm not going to watch it, but you can link it all you want to. I don't know is the easy answer to that. I don't know why so many games are having issues with regards to performance, because that's a common thing that's been happening all over the place for years at this point. So I don't really have anything other than vague impressions on that one, other than, games tend to be rushed, and larger scale companies are more interested in getting the game out on time rather than pushing out the game in a finished product and then patching it. Like, patching to acceptability is something that's been around for over a decade at this point, right? So how did I get a deep, sexy voice? I don't know. I've been told that I should do radio and announcements and television literally since I was in high school. In fact, when I was doing television stuff, I was pretty much always the guy they called to do this. Having said that, there is something that Morgan Freeman also said as well, is that the more you relax while you're talking, like the more you unclench your muscles down here, over time, like over the years, your voice will just kind of naturally get a little bit deeper, even after puberty. If you go back and listen to my voice from older VODs, you'll probably hear what I'm talking about. You have to jump a couple of years to really hear the difference, but you will hear my voice is actually deeper than it used to be. Also, practice. I've done a lot of what I would consider professional voice acting over the last couple of years, with regards to pretty much ever since the theater project started with Paper Mario 2, but also with Final Fantasy 9. As a quick reminder, I did the Garland voice in FF9 with only one modulation, so everything you're hearing is just me stretching out my body so I can speak lower and graveling, right? Oh, yeah, sorry. And here's my George Takei thing. Oh, my. Anyways. Let me go ahead and delete a few questions to catch up on the queue. I'm going to make another shot at Pantone. Let's see if we can manage this. Did I turn off ice already? Nope. Let's turn off ice. Germany is now officially the third largest economy in the world, overtaking Japan's. Why do you think Japan has failed to revitalize their economy and avoid their faults? Okay, so have you ever heard the quote about the 4 types of economies that exist in the world? Ect. For actors. So I'm just going to answer it. The quote is, there's 4 types of economies in the world. There's developed economies, there's developing economies, there's Japan, and there's Argentina. The point of that, obviously that's a flippant joke. It shouldn't be taken as true. Personally, I think there's closer to 5 types of economies in the world, not counting individual countries in that list. 1 second. Oh. Right in the face. But the point is that Japan's economic model is so bizarre that people have spent their entire careers, their entire lives actually, studying the Japanese model pretty much from about the 80s to now. Which is not a small chunk of time. And screw that up hard. Okay. 1 second. Come on! Nope. Damn it. Oh, that sucks. Okay. I might die here because of that. Go on backup strategies here and get terrible luck. Right? Yep. There it is. Okay, so let me pull this up here. The reason for that quote is that Japan's model is bonkers. And that's pretty much my answer to you, though. Why do I think they overtook Japan? Because Japan's model actually makes no sense. And the more you actually look into the specifics of it and the more you understand economics, the less sense it makes. That's not like a brag or a flex. That's just a statement of fact. So, that's pretty much the answer to that right there. Mr. Red says, I've mentioned I have choice words about British politics and such. What is something stupid about British politics that recently that made me laugh? Something that made me laugh in British politics. No, I cannot, ISE. Stuff that made me cry. That's everything. Nope, I got nothing. I'm going to default on this one. Sorry, Mr. Red. I got nothing. I'm not even coming up with anything. So, Primarch the Mage says, if you were forced to get a pet animal, what would you choose? Let's go with a goldfish. Even if I am forced to take care of the bloody thing, it's going to be gone pretty soon, and then I won't have to deal with the damn thing anymore. It's also pretty low maintenance. I could let it starve. I wouldn't do that. That's awful. But, point being, yeah, I'd go with that. Should be one more. Yep, there he is. Okay, hang on. Do this, because this is harder to do than it looks. I screwed it up because I suck. Pet rock. Does that count? Can I get a pet rock, Primarch? Does that count? Okay. Am I okay with gay marriage? Yeah. Why wouldn't I be? Let's say Korea reunited. That's a terrible idea. Most under ROK. I'm sorry. Is that north or south? I don't know what names they call themselves. South. Okay, cool. Thank you. So let's say that they reunite under the South. Should they use the current badass South Korean flag or a new one for political compromise? I mean, the current flag is really awesome. Gotta be honest. Like, it looks legit. So, you know, maybe don't rock the boat on that one. Elizar says, have woke stuff gone... Oh, jeez. Have woke stuff gone too far in games and show and movie like Disney movies and MCU? No. I do think that there are individual cases where it's a little bit ridiculous, but as far as as media as a whole, no. The biggest thing that irritates me is when someone will do something like say, look how progressive we are! We've got this one character in the background of this one scene who shows up for 10 seconds. We're so... Oh, God, please give us brownie points. That tends to irritate me more than anything else. Let's see here. Come on. I don't know, Spartan. I don't think Lower Decks and Strange New Worlds is going to restore my faith of the heart. Also, saying I'm from California is kind of disingenuous. I haven't been in California in, I gotta really think about that, actually. 1994. And Arnold Schwarzenegger. There we go. Okay, so if I was a god, can I not be a god? Is that an option? This is Elizar asking this. Would I make it so that straight cis men can get pregnant? I don't see what their particular preference has to do with them being allowed to be pregnant. But would I make it so that male people can get pregnant? No. I think that what I would do is I would make it so that people can choose to become pregnant if they want to, regardless. You know, I have all the power, so why not, right? I'm actually pretty good, pretty pro-choice in general. No, not like that. I mean, like, as in the concept of choice. Screw that up. And so, if you want to, yeah. That's a lot of my mentality, honestly. In a nutshell. Alright, so, with exceptions. Let's see here. Would I make it so that people and animals can give and carry children? I just answered that. It's the same question. Do I think... Pika asks, do I think Blizzard can become a good company again despite their recent fails? Yes. What's going on, Spartan? Sorry, I'm kind of not really paying attention to chat because I can't. It's going by really quickly, which is kind of nice, but I'm paying attention to that right there, which is the question queue. That's why we have the bot. We used to do this manually. Rax and Valvedrix used to help me keep track of this, and now I've got a bot. Oh my god! I'm part of the problem! No! I've removed jobs from the system! What is wrong with me? That's actually a joke. I'm actually not anti-bot or anti-automation. I'm anti-bot and automation implementation. That's actually where I tend to think of that. I think that AIs and bots and all that are actually really useful as like a first step filter. I actually have personal experience on that matter. For those of you not aware, I used to work as a network tech, tier 2. And we had a pretty simple system. There's tier 0, tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. Tier 3 is very site-specific stuff, so someone who knows exactly how to deal with one exact type of problem or one exact type of hardware or whatever. Tier 2 is very high tier. Tier 1 is kind of lower tier. And Tier 0 is the people who answer the phones. You never call a Tier 1 or a Tier 2, or a Tier 3 for that matter. You call a Tier 0. And the Tier 0 is the filter. Make sense? Because reality just proves that there's just a lot of noise. Right? That's just life. And so, yeah, they're kind of the meat shield. Now, the catch here is your Tier 0s matter. Right? You got to treat your Tier 0s like they matter. Because they do. They're a valuable part of this process. And that's the thing that used to piss me off. But yeah, no, Tier 0s, so using a bot as a Tier 0 is not exactly a bad implementation thereof. But anyways, I'm getting off topic. So, let's go ahead and... Whoop, hang on. Then again, I'm also someone who's worked as a janitor and a, like, just name a job at the bottom of the list, and I've probably done it at some point in my life. So I admittedly have a bit of the... you know, the from the ground, from the nobody perspective on things, so grain of salt. Hang on, I want to do this very specifically. Nope, I've already screwed it up. I've already screwed up twice, but that's okay because I suck. Woo! What setting would benefit most from a deconstruction? You know, I have actually had a very weird life. That's true. I'm not sure that's a good or bad thing yet. I'll let you know after I conquer the world. I can't think of any, Mr. Red. Like, I don't think anything needs a deconstruction. And so you asked me, I know that's not what you asked. You asked what best benefits from a deconstruction, but that almost implies a degree of, like, this setting is played too straight and therefore needs a deconstruction. I don't know if I can come up with anything. So I'm going to default. It's 2 questions from Mr. Red I've defaulted on. I apologize, sir. Elizar says, do I think the question of gender, sexuality, and under things in our society has gone too far? I don't understand that question, if you don't mind clarifying it. You are asking the tough questions, Mr. Ed. You're winning Polemic Day. That's definitely something that's happening. In the street question. Well, anyways, Mr. Red says, do I like deconstruction? I suppose by default, yes. I do enjoy deconstructions, I think. Like, okay, I'm going to admit something that's just going to oust me as a moron here. When you say deconstruction, nothing comes to mind. I can't believe I missed that shot. So I don't have anything in my head for what a deconstruction is. So I have trouble answering deconstruction questions because it's not something that I process in my brain. Like, you say, Undertale's a deconstruction. Okay, but that doesn't mean anything to me. You say, KOTOR 2 is a deconstruction. Okay, but what's the significance of that statement? As weird as it may sound, I don't care, I guess is the way I'd phrase that. Like, a work is a work. Whether it's analyzing the fundamentals of work or not, it's a work. So what makes it a deconstruction? Exactly. Whoops, that's... God damn it. I almost salvaged that. I am stupid. Yeah, Dune is a deconstruction. I think that too many people get too upset about things that they shouldn't, Elizar. And that's actually a really complex topic, to be very blunt. But the problem is I don't really have a solution for that either, so ignore me, I suppose. Like, let me use a topic that's a little bit safer than gender identity. One of the biggest things that irritated me about the sequel trilogies wasn't the fact that I didn't like the movies. Bombshell! But it was because of the fact that people really got vitriolic about them. to a point of almost ludicrousness in some cases, right? And I feel like a lot of people have it so good, this sounds so weird to say, have it so good that they find things to fill their time with, and that leads to people getting really, really vitriolic about things that shouldn't be really vitriolic about, for lack of a better way to put it, right? Again, I'm going to stick with the sequel trilogy here for just a second. Oh, I missed it. Oh, well. Because, like, it's not like movies don't matter. It's not like fiction doesn't matter. I've actually made that argument, too. But you will never see me physically attack someone, or tell someone that they suck or should die, or any of the nonsense over having a difference of opinion, right? Yeah, like Rax and I have very different opinions about the sequel trilogy, or episode 8 specifically, right? But at no point in time has he or I just attacked the other person over that fact, right? Yeah, like if Talia just walked up to me in my face and she was like, "Hey, FF6 sucks," that's not. It's like, well, that sucks, and we can disagree with that. We can have a debate about that, but I'm not going to attack her over it, right? Anyways, I'm sorry. That's a little bit of a rant. I apologize. I didn't mean to get ranty. Yeah, we could really tunnel into that subject. I've actually been talking about this a little bit lately. I feel like boredom and lack of perspective define a huge amount of human existence. This is a theory. I don't have proof of this, per se. But I've noticed a really, really large trend across history that people will do things, horrible things, terrible things, because they're bored or because they have no perspective. That's true. You can't talk bad about GTA 5 in my presence, or so help me God. No, that is pretty much exactly the point, though. I mean, I remember back in the day, one of the big ones, I should save, was Star Trek, which I know sounds weird from a modern perspective, but it's true. People used to get really vitriolic discussing Star Trek. I was around for the TNG versus TOS debate. Like, I grew up in that, right? And it's almost silly to think about now, right? But no, that was a thing, and it always has been a thing, and it always will be a thing. And I think part of the problem, too, is that there's that inherent built-in kind of, I don't want to say elitism, but that dismissiveness in the counter-argument that people tend to use against that, where they say, well, it just doesn't matter. But that's stupid. Actually, it is new settings. Thank you for noticing, Dakota. But that's stupid, right? Of course it matters. The catch is not the mattering. The relevance isn't the point. And again, FF6 is a very deeply important game to me, but I'm not going to slug Talia over thinking it sucks. Right? Anyways, sorry, moving on. Rant off. Okay, so... free will or determinism? Free will, 100%. But here's the funny part. If we have no free will, it doesn't matter. Think about it. Yeah, the question is actually pointless. I do have an opinion about it, but it is a pointless question. It does not matter. And even if it did, we would never know. Come on. Oh, this room. This room. Give me just a second. This one's actually kind of mean. Oh. Ugh, you know how to wall jump, right? Oh, well, apparently I don't. Did that up twice in a row. Come on. Get the angle wrong. Okay, we're gonna make this easy. Ooh. Okay. Who's ready for the actual hardest boss in the game? I'm not joking. Without the trick, this boss is mean. So Valerian says, how do I feel about being a de facto community leader? I know you've been an officer in guilds and such before, and run guilds, and run raids, but you're basically the combo ship's captain and ship's counselor at a pretty sizable community. Do you ever wish things were different in that regard? Is it easy for you to shoulder that, or is it weighty? I don't feel like a leader, honestly. I think it's the easy answer to that question. I'm like a babysitter. I suppose what I mean by that is I know what it's like to put on what I call the manager's hat. I've had to do it with regards to the community. I've had to do it with regards to projects. I've done a lot of my life. And but it's always a hat I put on, and then by logical statement of how I said that, I then take off. No, actually, it was Talia said I was a babysitter, Rex. I was just repeating what she said. So no, I guess it doesn't feel particularly weighty. I don't think, and I'm just going to be very honest about this, I don't think I'm qualified to be a leader in a vacuum, is how I think I would state that. Even when I'm doing something like something as basic as a project lead, I prefer to have a council, right? Dictator with council is what I call that. I prefer to have buy-in and perspectives and opinions. Picard, to put it very bluntly. And if you don't understand what I mean by that, when Picard has a dilemma in TNG, what's he do? He sits down in the meeting room with his head of staff, and he's like, opinions? He gets feedback and opinions and buy-in, and they all give their thoughts and ideas and perspectives and expertise, and then he makes the call. Dictator with council. As far as the community goes, I obviously do have a lot of voices to hear, but at the same time, I don't really approach it from that mentality. Does that answer you at all, Valerian? That's probably a little more rambly than you were looking for, but I think that's as good as I got there. Yura says, do I think that the majority of anti-LGBT is coming from disgust instead of morality? I've heard that theory before. I've heard the theory that if people... this is a quote, so don't quote me, but I've heard the theory that if people were more willing to admit that they just find gay people icky, and they were just more honest with it about that the whole discourse would be smoother. I have no idea if that's true. I have no information or knowledge about that. I don't actually know anyone like that personally. Well, not anymore. I guess I should phrase that a little bit differently. So I don't really have anything to go off of on that. Elizar says, will I keep the stream on YouTube? Probably. Generally speaking, so let me actually pause for a moment before I go fight Dragon here. Because Dragon's going to take a little bit of my attention. I think that I need to explain one of the biggest reasons why some of these VODs don't go up on YouTube. And it's always because something's said that's dangerous. Something like, let me use a random example. This is a made-up example. But let's say that someone pops into stream right now and just quickly copy-pastes my real-life address into chat. Now, the bots, excuse me, the mods should be on that immediately. I would be on that immediately. But it's still there for a fraction of a second. That VOD would not be going live to YouTube. That's the kind of thing that tends to get these sort of videos not put up on YouTube. Now, obviously, that's a made-up and severe example, but you get what I mean when I say something dangerous. So generally speaking, I'm okay with people knowing my opinion on this very isolated perspective here. Yes, I can act, and I have. Lost my train of thought. I can't remember what I was going for. The point is, I'm okay with... that's what I was going to say. I'm okay with people knowing me being honest about topics I'm usually not okay with talking about. Because this is the forum for that, if that makes any sense. You know this is Polemic Day. Anybody watching the Polemic stream knows it's the Polemic stream, right, on the VOD. The average person isn't going to seek that out. Only someone who is actually engaged in the topic is going to seek out such a stream as this one's kind of a unique format. So really have much of a problem with someone who wants to know these kind of opinions, knowing these kind of opinions. Does that make sense? So, that kind of stuff, getting nuked, is only going to happen if something legitimately dangerous happens. And so far it hasn't. Okay, so... Where am I? Here it is. Okay, Dark Day. Oh, God. Dark Day asked a question, and apparently hasn't gone to bed yet. By the way, we are now officially 1 hour behind on questions, because there's timestamps. Dark Day says, I know I said I was going to bed, but actual thoughts on Last of Us 2. I was very honest about my thoughts of Last of Us 2. Now, I'm not going to give them right now because I'm not going to spoil. Okay? So don't spoil. But I think that a certain plot point was very badly handled and done for no good reason. I think that the game was ironically too long, despite the fact that it's only like a 15-hour game. And I think that the gameplay got old because there was no variety to it. And I think that the story, I already said that. I think that because the game was too long, the story just dragged after a certain point. That's why I didn't like The Last of Us 2. Also, the story sucked, while we're on the subject. Because, yeah, exactly. We actually came up with a brand new term during Last of Us 2. I've always remembered this. We have world construction, right, or world building. Last of Us 2, we coined the term world destruction for when the storytelling of the setting actively destroys the setting of the world that they're trying to build up. That's Last of Us 2. I also think that the writers, if I might be so bold from what I've seen of interviews, the writers are a little bit too in love with the smell of their own farts. So Mr. Red says, what is the most dangerous element in American politics right now? Gun control, I think, in terms of actual, practical, daily, tangible threat. I think that that's a very, very, very charged topic here in the States. And I do think that, unlike a lot of topics which can cause problems and trauma and social unrest, all kinds of stuff, gun control issues usually lead to people getting shot. Those are thankfully isolated incidents, relatively speaking. But the point is, I think that is the most dangerous, which is what you asked. Eleazar says, I'm sorry if you know someone who died and I don't... No. She didn't die. She saw the plane, is how I'm going to phrase that. Yeah, we just need to get a big magnet. My keys! Legion says, did you choose to ignore my question or did you miss it? This is how far behind I am on the queue. Why do Democrats suck at messaging their successes and suck at fighting it back against their disasters? Actually, I can answer that one definitively and objectively. No coordination. The Democratic Party doesn't exist. There's no, leader of the Democratic Party who is running the Democratic organization. There's a whole bunch of people who don't coordinate with each other and don't give a crap about each other. That's why. At least you're in the States. What would I do with mobile games? Alright, cool. Who is... Good night, Dark Day. Get some rest. So Eleazar asked a question I am going to go ahead and skip. I don't want to open up that particular can of worms. Mr. Red says, do you think we will see improvements in aspects of our society, like trans rights and gun control, or do you think we're going to see things sliding down progressively? Historically speaking, both. I know, that's not the answer you want, but it's true. History doesn't do this. History does this. Some things get better, some things get worse, some things get different. That's life. I will say, I am probably one of the more foolishly optimistic people that I know. I do actually think things will, at a societal level, at a planetary level, trend upwards. And I do think that's going to continue trending upwards. Internal System Error says, well, hang on. Nope, hang on. Eleazar says, who is more evil, Bobby Kotick or Bob Iger? Oh, sorry, I never gave a real answer to the mobile games question. I apologize. Sorry. I should stop reading chat and reading question queue. I'm distracting myself. I apologize. So my real answer to the mobile game question is I would contact actual mobile game developers, real mobile game developers, and say, what can we do to make good games on this? Oh my god! And then and I would let the experts tell me that, because I'm too stupid to think about how doing this is fun. So I would reach out to those people and be like, hey, what can we do with mobile? What can we do to actually push it forward as a game platform in order to do something other than Mobage, right? So that's what I would do. That's my actual answer there. Because I feel like the biggest reason I tend to be so there's two biggest reasons I tend to be so anti-mobile gaming. The first is Mobage. I don't feel the need to explain that. But the second reason is just because I don't enjoy the platform. I don't enjoy tapping my screen to play a game, right? I like having a controller, I like having a mouse and keyboard. These are comfortable, these are good, and I have a lot of control over what I'm doing. This feels like the opposite of what I mentally think of when I think of playing a game. Like, if I'm trying to think of an example that isn't Mega Man, because I've played Mega Man on the phone. If I try to do something, my control is vague and interpretive, right? If I tap a spot, that's not always the spot that it's going to take the input on. I mean, I can prove this because if I just sit here and start typing, some people know this in my Discord. They'll notice that I say, like, the Bob is new, and the B's and the N's are missing because it actually hit the space bar instead of the B or the N, right? Now, granted, I have giant thumbs, but you get my point, right? I feel imprecise. I feel inconsistent with the control scheme. So that's why I would reach out to actual experts and be like, hey, what do we do with this? Give me some ideas. Now to the Bob Iger or Bobby Kotick thing. Iger. Iger is a slime ball. If you've ever studied Bob Iger's career, the man is a goddamn snake oil salesman. Internal System Error says, which series set in the future do you think is closest to what reality will be like? I mean, the answer is The Expanse, but let me think about that for a second. Real talk, and I know I'm going to get some hackles for this. I think Star Trek is overall probably the closest to what we're going to actually be developing into. And I know you're thinking, what? But humanoid aliens and FTL. Yeah, so remove those. And that's, I think, the direction that is actually going to happen over the course of the next few centuries. And I mean that with sincerity. There will be no Vulcans. We won't have the Borg. But what we will have is internal developments, societal shifts. We'll have a completely different... no, not moneyless. Stupid writers say that the Federation is moneyless. We will have a different economic structure. We will have more efficient energy, and by better energy production, we'll honestly probably actually solve a lot of other problems. I've actually put a lot of thought into that, and I believe that if you're going to look at all of a species society, if you drill down to the bottom, one of the most fundamental things you can do that'll affect everything else is energy generation. When you have a tremendous amount of energy generation, safe and easily replicatable and easily transferable, that's important. You have to be able to get the energy where it goes. You have the ability to solve a lot of problems. Anyways, so Evo says, why is the U.S. so hostile to foreigners? I've already answered this question. In general, this is a fairly common thing when it comes to a lot of countries. This is not a U.S. exclusive thing, to be very, very clear. I'm going to pause this to talk about this, because what it really boils down to is a concept that actually blurs into like 3 or 4 different concepts that happen to have, like, it's a Venn diagram, okay? So you've got a circle over here, which is empathy. And you've got a circle over here, which is tribalism. Then you've got a circle over here, which is uncertainty. And you've got a circle up here, which is complexity. And all of this is being surrounded by resources. I don't mean literally in minerals and food, although that can be involved as well, but also places to live, jobs, slots in healthcare. All of those are resources that everyone's competing for. I think that at the center of this Venn diagram, you have the problem, for lack of a better way to put it. There's some overlap here, right? There's some overlap when it comes to how all of these problems, I keep saying problems, all of these different mentalities can interact and coincide with each other. And so people like to do dividing lines. You say the U.S. is anti-foreign, but it really should be noted, for those of you who do not live in the United States, the United States is actually more divided than that. We tend to be divided by state lines, and we tend to be divided, in some cases, even by city lines, or more accurately, by city area lines. I used to live in Kansas City. If you ever looked at Kansas City on the map, you'd be bonkered, because Kansas City is this dinky little podunk town, which barely matters. But the Kansas City area is huge. And the Kansas City area pretty much identifies as one spot, one identity, one tribe, for lack of a better word to put it. And that's pretty normal here in the States. And so the Kansas City area tends to be in competition with, like, say, Wichita or Topeka, to use two obvious examples, or also St. Louis if you want to go east with that. And so that's normal. I'm not saying that's great or good or awful or wonderful, but it is definitely a very, very, very common thing. And yeah, I mention this because I know a lot of my viewers are not in the States and do not understand this kind of fractionalism. We are super divided in the United States. We have been for a very, very long time. We have been since our inception, actually, if you want to get really down to it. So I suppose that's actually the answer, to put it bluntly. The same reason I was. Best cookie flavor. I'm tempted by either white chocolate macadamia or snickerdoodles, but they have to be soft. Snickerdoodles, if they're too hard or too flaky, it just ruins it. Colin Peluso asks, is capitalism going to collapse or reach a point where it can't continue? Do you have an economic system in mind that is sustainable? So, to the former question, probably not. I do think that certain elements of what people usually mean when they say capitalism are unsustainable, because infinite growth is unsustainable and is ridiculous and stupid. Do I have an economic system in mind that's sustainable? The only economic system that I've ever studied, a real system that I've ever studied in the world that I personally, in my extremely ignorant and amateur opinion, think might have long-term viability is Germany's. They have a very interesting system. It's kind of a weird in-between of lots of corporate freedom and lots of government mandates. And rather than literally being in between, it's more like specific aspects of both drift into each other, right? So on this matter, there's government oversight, but in this matter, there's corporate freedom, but in this matter, and so forth, and so on, and so forth, and so on. It is certainly not a perfect system. I'm not sure such a thing exists. But I do actually think that that's one of the ones that has the better long-term potential of most of the systems that I have seen and that I have studied in real life. Is Taiwan a country? Yes. Is Western Taiwan a country? So, have I been playing Dragonflight? Doralis asks, have I been playing Dragonflight or kept up with the story at all? Very little. Most of my WoW time is being spent going back through some of the old WoW stuff with a friend of mine who's playing WoW for the first time. And so, as a direct consequence, we haven't been doing a lot of the endgame content yet. Free asks, what I think went wrong with post-endgame MCU? I've actually answered this question before, but I'll try to give you a really summarized answer for this. It's okay, I've already answered this one, so I don't have to put thought into it. So let's go ahead and make a shot at Dragon, shall we? So I would say that the MCU got started because it was kind of unique and new and interesting and fun, and that's cool. But they tried to have strong central pillars of identity throughout the course of the phases of the MCU we've already seen. Not the least of which being, obviously, the Infinity Stones, but in addition to such a surface-level answer, there's also things like individual characters. Captain America and You coming? Oh my god, I wasn't expecting that early. Okay, okay, that sucks. Captain America and Iron Man are two of the most obvious examples of this, because both of them are... Their presence is felt even in movies they're not really in, you know what I mean? And a lot of what they are affects the rest of it. Now, I'm not saying that they're... like, every MCU story has to include those two characters. That's ridiculous. What I am saying is that any long-term story needs some kind of central pillar to balance the rest of the story on, right? And if you have that central pillar, then you could do a lot more with it. The example I always love to give for this is Chrono Trigger, where Lavos is always at the center of everything happening in the entire game. And that allows them to do a lot narratively with a story that otherwise would be relatively weaker. Hey, Arcus. Good so far. Who? Talia said? Really? Okay. Wanted this one good super missile. Right up her belly. There we go. Yeah. Could have had her that time, I think. I'm getting really bad patterns here. This is 40 damage, even with the ball. Or even with the armor. I said I was going to answer that question. Right, so, okay. Oh, I already did. I did. Yeah, no central pillar. I feel like they're just throwing stuff at the wall and they have no idea what they're doing. Probably because they are. Yura says, do I think it's good to not rematch... Yura says, do I think it's a good idea to not rematch Russians on Street Fighter 6 as a form of a boycott? Okay, so... I'm trying to gotta parse that. Let me put it this way. If you want to boycott something, do it. I know that's kind of a basic answer, but I mean that with genuine sincerity. Let's be very, very clear with ourselves. Statistically speaking, most boycotts are for the boycotters, not the boycottees. I'm not saying boycotts can't work. Quite the contrary, they can. But generally speaking, you're doing that for yourself, not to actually make something happen. And that's fine. Yeah, hills and chocolate. Hills and chocolate. Yeah, you do you. Exactly. Like, there's no judgment if you want to do that. There's no judgment if you don't want to do that. Hills and chocolate. Evo says free housing and food should be universal human right. I actually... asterisk agree with that, I would say. Whoa! Oh, Jesus. There we go. There we go. Okay. Hey, Zalook. I was just talking about how awesome you are for giving me this bot that we're using today. Everyone say thank you to Zalook for the question bot. Or else. Yeah, implementation is the real issue there, but even if we agree with the concept, the biggest problem with universal food and housing is actually how we define food and housing. I hate to get into a definitions argument, but it's true. You know, I actually currently live in effectively a 3-story house. Second story, first story, and a basement. Is that something that should be allocated to me? Or Do I only have right to something smaller and more utilitarian than this? And, well, you get the general idea here. And food, well, there's a whole lot of things that go into food, too, other than just being something you eat. So, in general, I am with the premise, but as with many good ideas, it would take a lot of time and effort to really consider how to implement such a concept. I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, exactly, Legion. No, you get it. You get it. Implementation is everything on that. And I will admit, I do agree with the concept, because I do think people are people. And this is probably the most controversial thing I could ever say. For me, people are probably the end game as far as relevance. Let me explain what I mean by that. Most people, whether they even acknowledge it or not, have one thing or one category of things below everything else. And when I say below, I mean keeping up everything. That's their bedrock. Come on, game. Oh my god. There we go. You only got a very easy jump here. And that kind of informs the rest of everything else they think, right? Is the stuff at the bedrock. That's why I call it that. So, for me, that's people. At the very, very bottom of the list is people. And people matter to me. So, I do think that people matter. I do think people should have the right to survive, to exist, and to live. And that pretty much informs everything else. With regards to my own mentalities on things. So if you ever want to get down to the fundamentals, that answers most questions by itself. But again, I'm not an idiot. I do understand that implementation is hard. But I also think that implementation should happen. It is something that should be worked on. Perfection is not the goal. Better is the goal, as I said earlier. Moving on. Roman Kier says, do I think YouTube should be run by the government and funded by taxes? No. But I do think that YouTube should not be a for-profit organization. That's why I hesitated so much on that one. I have, in fact, actually put together... Please don't make fun of me. I have put together thoughts on how to practically implement a YouTube that is not a for-profit model. Because I do think that YouTube, and I'm a little biased here, I mean, I'll admit it, but I do think YouTube provides legitimate human service. I think it is something that has improved society, like, as a whole. And all I have to do to prove that is like, it's just a really, really basic level thing. How many of you have ever had to fix a faulty leak, or had to replace a certain part of your shower head, or maybe you are having issues with your car, your exact model of your car? And what's one of the best resources to figure out how to deal with that issue you're having, right? I know that's all ground floor stuff, but I stand by it. I can't think of how many times I can look at something and be like, aha. So, you know, woo. Okay, so getting back into the thing. Latario says, if Mortal Kombat... Oh my god, we finally got to our first Latario question. I saw Latario say hi earlier, and that was kind of like an hour ago. If Mortal Kombat hadn't caused the ESRB to be created, was it inevitable that another mature game would cause it to be created anyways? Absolutely. Not to use World War I as an easy explanation, but... World War I was always going to happen, even if it wasn't exactly World War I, right? That was just, of course that was going to happen. Evo says, if I took over the world, would I stream games for fun? Yes, actually. In my extremely amazing amount of spare time I would have, while constantly being busy trying to do as much as possible, while being blamed for everything wrong in the entire universe simultaneously. Best breakfast suggestions. You know, I've always wanted to try a full English. But... wrong way. Come on. There we go. Now, I remember Night Trap. There was actually several that contributed to it. Mortal Kombat got the press, but there were several. Actually, to jump in here, Legion, they actually implemented that about 2 weeks ago. What they've been doing is they've been rolling it out per region. My region actually got hit last week. Funny little thing, the ad blocker I use has been very diligent in trying to keep ahead of their anti-ad blocking. It's been a whole thing, though, because of, you know, how much they're trying to push it, and it's just, oh my god. Anyways, other than full Englishes, though, you know what I like most for breakfast? Can anyone guess before I tell you? I'll give you 10 seconds. Eggs are good, but no. Steak. Steak tips, specifically. I love steak tips. This is the wrong way. Where am I going? Not on my end, Caspian. There's actually two, I don't want to get off topic, but there's two major things that YouTube has been pushing right now with regards to their ad blocker. Their ad blocker. Where the hell am I? Sorry. So the first thing they'll do, okay, this feels right, is they will be like, well, okay, you have a thing up, and you have to click the close thing. That'll go away at a certain point in time, but then immediately afterwards, you'll have to deal with this thing where it's like, hey, so you only get 3 more ad-free YouTube videos, otherwise you're going to be locked down permanently. Once you go past that, then you can't load a video. Now, if your ad blocker gets around that, there is another thing they'll do. And the other thing they will do is they will just not load the page. Like if you try to load a YouTube page and it just kind of doesn't load, that's specifically something that's being done to try and prevent you from being able to see it. And they're doing that because your account has a history of ad blocking on it. These really quick. So, cool. I actually have a really simple and easy solution to the YouTube ad problem. I really do. You ready for this? It's going to be dumb. You might not even agree with me. You ready for it? Here it comes. Make YouTube red, $2. Done. Problem fixed. Or not YouTube Red, YouTube, whatever it is, the premium thing, the thing that makes it so that you don't actually have ads. I am dead serious. That will actually work. They make it so that YouTube Premium is super cheap, and a lot of people, normal people, aka people who don't really have that much of a stake in it, will easily and effortlessly pony over $24 a year, to put that into perspective, in order to just avoid ads. And lots of people would do that. And duh, I suppose. Anyways. So, moving on. Okay, so next question was, aha! It's the slavery question! Is Eleazar even here right now? Eleazar asks, is there any form of matter where slavery can be a good thing? No. Okay, so next question. X says, why am I interested in football? Like, what elements of the game interest me? So, how much is it now? Like $16. And going up, by the way. The price has been raising over the last couple of years. It's hard to explain what I like. We will never be slaves. It's hard to explain what I like about football without just sitting and explaining it. I like how complex it is. I know this is going to sound strange. I like how rules heavy it is. I like how much you can tell the difference between a team who knows what they're doing and a team who doesn't. And I like how it's just one concentrated match instead of constantly being interrupted by ads. And the way that I said that should probably give away which football I'm talking about. Yeah, European football, soccer. I really like just... And I've been saying this for years. Call it gridiron. It sounds so much cooler. But yeah, so I guess that kind of helps. Yeah, the problem is there really is a huge gap between good matches and bad matches. But if I might be so bold, I think that's true for every sport. Racing, or American football, or basketball, or baseball, or StarCraft 2, or whatever else. It doesn't matter. Because there is a big gap between... tennis is actually a great example of this. When you watch a good match, it's a good match. And when you watch a boring match, it's a boring match. Right? You know, if any of you have ever been into any kind of sports, you know exactly what I mean by that. Yeah, have you ever seen a really good tennis match? Because I have. Federer, you know? Anyways. Latario says, how do I feel about the situation in Gaza now? You know, I've been waiting for that question all day. I actually have a prepared answer for that. It's really boring, okay? I'm not very pro-killing. I know. It's shocking. But I tend to lean towards anti-killing whenever given the opportunity to do so. But I also think that the whole situation is awful. I think that far too many people are trying to take a side in a situation where arguably they probably shouldn't. And I think that I don't know enough about the specifics and the details which matter in order to say anything other than what I just said. Right? I could tell you about the Sykes-Picot Agreement and the impact it's had on not only this specific continent, but the entire region for the better part of the last century. I could tell you about how polemic topics in general tend to inflame emotions, which tend to be the opponent of thinking through a situation. But at the end of the day, it sucks, and I can't do anything about it. So, as I actually mentioned earlier, I haven't really researched the situation, and I have no plans to. Okay, so let's go ahead and hit down to Norfair. I'm almost done with the game. Judo Joker says, should access to Western and Western-aligned countries be significantly restricted for Russian citizens while the invasion of Ukraine is going on? Let me ask that with a question of my own. Are you still there, Judo Joker? Ooh, come on, controller. Work. Okay, that was strange. If Judo Joker's there, I have no idea to go to. If Judo Joker's not here, I'm just going to kind of pass over that one. Because what that question boils down to at its fundamental core is, which do you prefer, freedom or security? Oh yeah, some of you who are watching this run are familiar with this game are probably wondering how I plan to get through this game without ever getting screw attack. Oh, there you go, that's how. Is it too much to ask for both? Well, no. It's not like that, if that makes any sense. It's not a all or none. There are two sides of that particular balancing rod, and you have to decide where you sit on each individual issue for each individual topic. So, it's not a binary dichotomy. Come on. What's going on here? Game? There we go. Oh my god. There we go. Jesus. I don't think I've ever had that many issues doing that. Hi, my name's Roder. I suck at Metroid. It's safe here because holy crap. Okay, so. If Israel had been created in the 40s, do I think the Middle East would be more or less stable? I'm going to kind of give the same boring answer. I do not know. I do not have the information necessary to even gauge a response to that. I could make wild, unsubstantiated claims. If only they had just instituted the chocolate policy, all the war would have gone away immediately. There you go. Wild, unsubstantiated claim. Do I support corporal punishment? That's an interesting question. So, when you say support, do you mean, let's kill everyone all the time? Or do you mean something more along the lines of, is it something you should think that should exist at all, or not at all? You know, binary thing. That's exactly what I was just asked, Eleazar. Holy crap. That's what corporal punishment means. Game. Game. There we go. That was strange. Oh, well, hang on. Then hang on. Let's ask Lothario. Okay, so apparently corporal punishment means something different than I thought. I apologize for my ignorance. Do I support beating kids? No. That's actually personal experience talking there, admittedly. But do I support the death penalty? You're right. I am thinking of capital punishment, not corporal punishment. Sorry. That is actually my bad. I'm dumb. I have never once in my entire life had to spank any of my nieces. And I never will. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. God damn it, come on. There we go. Okay. Getting to the point where it's actually getting harder to talk while playing because we're into the hard stuff here. Norfair, am I right? Let's see. Experiment 3001 asks, why do I dislike Chrono Cross? I dislike what it did to Chrono Trigger. I dislike the story. I dislike the visuals. I dislike the music. I don't enjoy the gameplay. And I hate the secret ending. I think that the major plot thread, which is probably the best written part of the game, that most people aren't even aware of until literally the last like 5% of the story, kind of is a detriment to the overall story as a whole. That's why I don't like Chrono Cross. Lord Harriman says, best real-life government that currently exists on Earth. Can I come up with a good government in the world of real life right now? Sweet, the Norse countries are the easy answer. Yeah, tell him Trigger and Cross have nothing to do with each other, Rex. I'm not really kidding. Think of it like trying to convince someone to play Final Fantasy Tactics after they played Final Fantasy 12. That's the mentality. I mean, Sweden has its issues, but again, yeah, we're going for least bad at this point, right? There's also Finland, which has some issues. I actually haven't used Twitter in a while at this point, Czar. There's also New Zealand. And Norway. I think I'm going to put all of those as kind of up there as, like, the least bad options from my perspective. And I think I'm going to leave that at that. And I know that that's probably going to change if you ask this same question next year or the year after. Sorry, Experiment 371. I apologize. It took me so long to get to it. A lot of questions this year. So, let's see. Next question is, you acknowledge that corruption... Oh, this is from Leah. Okay, I want to actually think about Legion's question, so hang on. Let me skip down to the next question. As a child, I was taught we were all special and everyone's equal, which is silly. I presume you were told the same thing. Actually, no. I was told as a child that life is meaningless and that we're all going to die eventually. Not a big fan of that, if I'm being totally honest, but whatever. Why do I think society taught this idea to people with no evidence to support it? Well, two reasons. First of all, because parents, as in the individual parents, not society, but you know, the individual people who actually make these kind of decisions, probably wanted their children to have hope for a better future, and, well, honestly, those parents probably also had hope for a better future for them. I'm not actually joking, by the way. That really is what I was taught as a child. Life sucks and then you die is a quote I got very used to. Whoop. Oh, that's irritating. My mother, act. My biological mother. Well, I guess since I'm not fighting Ridley, I can go ahead and concentrate here. Okay, so... Yeah, I think that parents wanted to hope and believe that there was going to be a better future and a better life for their kids. And I think that that just took on... So I think what happened is your typical push-give. People wanted X, therefore fiction started delving into X. Therefore people go to see X things in fiction, making those things more popular. Snowball effect, there we are. Have you ever noticed how the overwhelming majority of films and shows kind of push that exact narrative you just mentioned, Lothario? Most specifically in the 80s and 90s. AKA when a lot of people from my generation, the people who are children of people from the post-World War II generation, were born. So now let's rewind back to Legion's question. You acknowledge that corruption will always be a problem. As I mentioned, free market people think that's the answer to everything, but apparently you don't have an answer on the pro-government side, so why are you not pro-corporate? I suppose because I just have too much experience living in the corporate space to think that corporations not having restrictions is a good thing. Also, there's just a lot of evidence that corporations being allowed to go free hog wild when it comes to the pursuit of profit at the expense of all other things tends to be a bad thing for simple ground level human beings. Chocolate. It's not like governments are necessarily better. I suppose my overall mentality here is that at least there's a chance that governments can be better and put tools and protections in the hands of people to be able to fight back against things. Shrug. Mr. Red says, what is evil? A lot of people define evil and define it differently, actually. The most common definition I tend to hear when it comes to what is evil is that evil is when you focus on yourself to the expense of others. Notice the specifics of how that's phrased. There's nothing wrong with focusing on what you want, right? Like, I want a StarCraft city builder, for example, and I'd love for that to be a thing. But if I was to do that at the expense of someone else, as in to cause deliberate harm to someone, like let's say I had to put Bragwin into the programming mines and whip her every day in order to make it so that she can produce this wonderful game for me, that would probably qualify as evil, because I am deliberately causing harm to someone for my own benefit. I'm not sure if I completely agree with that. It's a little bit too generic of a definition. I mean, you know me, Legion, dictator with counsel. Not that you're there for me. Listen, Bragwin. If you want to be whipped, I charge $15 an hour. So, having said that, I do. This is actually a question I saw in the queue later. I do think evil and good do exist. I do believe in the concepts. Obviously, I suppose. But I do think, similar to the aforementioned RPGs, defining them is a little bit trickier. Not because of moral relativism, which it is a whole other ball of wax that's honestly unrelated to this. But because, okay, $45 an hour. $45 an hour. But because I have met evil people in real life. I have also met good people in real life. And I do legitimately believe that such a concept exists. Yeah, things are difficult to define. What's a sandwich? Let's not get it. What's a soup? We're done. We're done. It's funny how life works that way, right? Because it's all just us trying to impose our thoughts upon things. I'm okay with that. It's cool. It's just, it's funny to think about. Anyway, so next question, also from Legion. What is the possible fix for government corruption, which is at least as good as pro-government as the free market on the pro-corporate side? How do you stop the law from just saying do what we says because that's a law? That's a really good question. You know, can I admit something? It strikes me as weird that someone can say do something and then other people will do that if they don't want to. I know that sounds strange because that's the fundamental underpinning of society, but that's always struck me as strange. I remember when I was a very young child, I was watching some movie. I don't even remember the movie. And the evil bad guy was like, go do this thing. And they were like, but it's evil. And the bad guy was like, do the evil thing anyways. And then they did it. And I remember as a kid thinking, why did they do that? How is that something that's being accomplished? And this is, I've actually talked about this before because this is the distinction between personal power and political power. And political power is what I just described. And personal power arguably doesn't exist in real life. In fiction, you have the ability to go if someone doesn't do what you say. That's pretty much the problem of the Sith, actually. But political power has never really made sense to me in my brain. It's never properly processed. I understand intellectually that there are systems in place, but those systems still rely on people doing things, whether they want to or not, because someone else told them to. I don't know. It's this whole thing. Anyways, I'm sorry. I know I'm getting a little bit into the vague category here. But what you're saying is, how do you stop the law from just saying, do what we say because that's the law? Obviously, let's start with the obvious answer. I don't know. I do have a theory, but I don't know how to implement the theory. My theory is that if we managed about a generation, maybe 2 generations, of a functional system being in place in which you could, encourage corporations to not be scummy, encourage governments to not be greedy, encourage protections to exist, allow for a proper health system, the whole thing, top to bottom. Better transit, better city layout, better energy grid construction, better sewage and water supply. Just all these things that make up daily life, all the things most people don't even think about. If you could just make that a thing for about a generation or 2 and maintain that, I think that's kind of the answer, because it would basically become the norm. Because people would get used to it. Because people tend to be sedentary mentally by default. We tend to do things because we're pushed to or because we want to. And so, generally speaking, as long as a system in place does not push too far, we tend to be okay with it because we don't want to move mentally, right? I know this is an extremely vague and non-applicable answer to your question, but it's probably the best I've got. Probably nothing, 040. I mean, the problem is, the question, what would stop individuals breaking the rules anyways, is the same question in general. Nothing stops people from breaking the rules. Not really. I mean, you could say consequences prevent people from breaking the rules, and that's true from an ordinary perspective. 99.99% of the population of Earth aren't really the kind of people who will do horrible things because it's just not something we're particularly interested in doing, right? Nothing you're going to do is going to prevent that last 0.01% from doing whatever they want to. That's life. Hey, Roman Cure says, why is evil? Advice for a young man in their 20s wants to be a game developer. Yeah, look, figure out an engine. Figure out what engine you want to learn and learn it in your own time. Don't get attached to a major company. Don't get attached to a major label. Just sit down in your spare time, learn the engine, poke at it, play with it. Make a little demo game that's 5 minutes just to understand the basics of interactions of objects and scripts, triggers, all the basic stuff, right? And work from there. Build yourself up. Take your time. There's no rush. I can recommend Godot or Unreal are the two big ones I would say right now. Do not go with Unity. Don't touch Unity. If you want the safest option, Godot is probably the safest option. And I guess that's kind of my advice in a nutshell. Don't touch Unity. Not just because of the recent stuff. Unity's kind of a crap engine, as always has been. Yeah, make some demo games. Exactly. Make some concept games. What if you're a fish and you have to flop around on land while making sure that, and every flop you do is going to make like a little explosion, but that explosion will break the blocks under you, but it's okay because some of those blocks have coins in them. So you want the blocks with coins, but if you break too many blocks, you'll fall and you'll lose the level. There you go. Boom. Concept game, right? That's my advice. All right, so if Israel was not a nuclear state, Jesus, with the backing of the United States, which Middle Eastern countries do you think would invade Israel? Yes. Colin Pelusa says, what are some simple things that need fixed? The environment. I know that's actually not a simple thing, so I'll give you an easier one. The air. Fixing out and processing and doing a little bit more filtering of the air is something that I think needs to be a priority. Energy production, I actually mentioned that earlier. Getting better, cleaner, more sustainable energy production is a big thing. Yeah, pretty much everything involving nature, all the natural stuff. We are currently suffering from desertification and soil degradation, and we need to start figuring out better methods and processes for cleaning water and making water into, I can't remember what it's called, the step above potable. All that stuff. All that stuff is stuff that we are currently in range of fixing technologically speaking. We just need to actually sit down and do it. Do I believe in nuclear power? I don't have enough information to believe in nuclear power. So, truth be told, I don't believe in it, but I'm not against it, no. Caspian says, what do I think is my biggest blind spot that influences my objectivity in a review? Most controversial question of the day. Yeah. Biggest blind spot in my reviews. Good afternoon, Not Zero. Having to deal with my biological family. You know. I mean, you guys could come with all sorts of blind spots, and you're more than welcome to give them, of course. I am currently at questions from 1 hour and 38 minutes ago, Canada Bangs. You notice I've just stopped playing Metroid. We live in a society. I don't even know what that quote's from. I've just heard the meme. Yeah, I get it, the Joker, but what does it mean? What's the relevance of the quote? A meme has no meaning unless there's meaning behind it, which I realize is just silly, but whatever. I need context to understand it. That's true, Wandering Doll. I objectively played the game wrong by playing all the content in the game. How dare I? It's also going to lower FF10 score, just like it already lowered Ocarina score. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Thank you, Legion. I think my biggest blind spot is that I try to please everyone too much. I think I'm going to go with that. Trihexa says, is the bot alive? Yes. Sub-Zero says, what does it take to kill the bot? Well, to my knowledge, there's actually 3 separate things. First, occasionally it just throws an error. I have no idea what that error is or why it is. I've actually mentioned it to Zalog. But it just throws an error periodically, and then I just restart the bot, and that's fine. The second thing is it just hangs. I have observed that usually what happens when it hangs is that nobody's talked in chat for a large period of time, like 40, 50 minutes. In other words, this happens over the lunch break. So what I've gotten into the habit of doing is restarting the bot every time I come back from my lunch break, just to avoid that problem. The third one is the one we can't fix. The third one is the one Zalok and I understand quite clearly. Because the bot goes through Google, it has to periodically re-authenticate through Google. So periodically it will shut down because Google's like, hang on, who are you? And I have to go then manually say, yes, it's me. And then it's like, okay. And then the bot will continue again. That's actually what happened earlier today, for example. Describe my recipe for emergency soup. Beep! Sorry, there's the explosion. So, the problem here is that every time I've been sufficiently malnourished in my life, I haven't had access to anything to make a soup. So I'm kind of curious, like, where this is coming from. The thing I remember most is what I used to throw together, which is actually really, really simple. Mr. Ed just keeps hitting me with these hard-hitting questions. Pot, water, potatoes, carrots, onions, and some kind of meat. Boil for on low for like 4 or 5 hours, something like that. There you go. It's really basic, and you're probably thinking, what do you add to it? So what I usually do is if I want to add flavor to it, then I add that during the boiling process. I usually don't have to. If I cut the meat right, then the flavor is going to come out from the fat in the meat, and the vegetables obviously are going to suffuse through it. So I don't need to add salt or pepper or anything like that. Otherwise, well, the point is, emergency soup, I think I know what Mr. Red's referencing now. Emergency soup is something that I can just make a big old pot of and put in like 4 or 6 Tupperwares and then just throw in the fridge, right? So if I need food right now that's going to satisfy my protein requirement, it's right there. It does need protein, though. I need protein. Walker says, should all versions of a game be playable? Like, should I be able to play the 1.0 version if I wanted to? Within reason, yes. I'm actually fully in favor of games that allow you to have a selection thing, even if it's just in the launcher that says, this is the version I'd like to install and play. There's a lot of reasons why I'm pro that, but I'll go ahead and be honest, the biggest reason is speedrunning. Latari says, do I believe in good and evil? Actually, already answered this. Yes. Hexy says, do you think a 2-state solution is still possible between Israel and Palestine? Once again, I hate to feel like I'm repeating myself, I don't know. I am not someone who has actually studied the situation past the basics of what happened in the wake of World War I. So I'm a little bit behind on my info on that. X says, did the 2008 crisis affect me personally? I have a very stupid question. Which crisis was the 2008 one? Because there's several. You know? there's a couple. And right. That was the one that echoed into Spain. Yes. 2008. Where was I in 2008? Hang on. You got to give me a second. So, no, it didn't affect me personally. I got very lucky to have a friend who had a house, which was kind of a piece of junk house, but it was still a house, which he had bought extraordinarily cheaply before that hit, before the bubble. Um, and that's where I was living at the time. I was kind of dirt poor at the time, but you know, I could afford food and being able to pay the rent and my WoW sub, and that was basically it. So I suppose technically the answer is yes, it affected me, but not like the same way like this current housing crisis, which has had a much more demonstrable in-person effect on me. Sub-Zero says, why do you wear suits all the time? That has to be uncomfortable. No, actually, this is very comfortable. I really like these shirts. I forget the brand, but I always use these shirts. And this is a very comfortable coat. It's a London Fog. Very happy with it. I have a comfortable chair. And I have the AC cranked way down, because of course I do. I prefer it to be cold anyways. But as for why I wear suits, it's basically a branding thing. Most streamers and YouTubers, for that matter, don't actually have like an outfit or a look that is theirs, but some do, and I tend to appreciate it when there's a look. That's just me. That's just my own personal preference. It's kind of my shtick. Obviously, I'm wearing the orange one, right? I'm wearing the orange shirt today, but usually it's the white shirt. You know, white on black is obviously my colors. I'm a very pale person, anyways. And I do I say there are a couple people who do this, who use it as a brand. Do I get mistaken for a Mormon streamer? That has happened once, ever. You saying that right now has just explained why that person thought I was a Mormon streamer, because I've never understood why they were like, why is this guy pushing Mormonism? And I was very confused by that comment. Apparently, I look Mormon. I've never known that before. I'm not going to change my outfit, though. Anyways, the final reason why... Yeah, no, this is a real thing. This happened just last week. The final reason why I like to wear a suit to work is because it's a psychological thing. It's putting on the uniform before going to my job, right? Changes the mentality. Let's see. So, ever thought of adding pull-ups? I actually answered that, but again, I don't have a pull-up bar. I have nothing to pull up from. I would like to do pull-ups if I had availability, but I, of course, do not. Lothario says, what would the world be like if the era of... Can I... Is the font size here? It's a little easier to read. A little bigger. There we go. What would the world be like if the era of European monarchical absolutism never? End sentence. If monarchs with as much authority over their country as Louis XIV were universal. Oh, never ended, I'm guessing, is what you meant by that. Well, it would end. No, I'm dead serious, though. Remember what I just talked about yesterday, actually, with pushing envelopes, and eventually people push back because we don't like to move mentally, but eventually we are pushed into it because of external stimuli. Eventually people would push back. Eventually the era was going to end. That was always going to happen. That was a species-ensured thing that was going to go that way. So that's my answer. It would have ended later. Leitefall says, what do I think will end up happening with YouTube's new crusade against ad blockers? Nothing. I've actually already given my opinion on this, but to repeat it very quickly, I think that what's happening is that YouTube, some executives or executives somewhere within Alphabet or within YouTube have been like, look at all these people watching our ads, pointing to that 80% thing, which may or may not be a bullcrap statistic. And then someone was like, wait, I've got an idea. Let's take care of the other 20%. Increase in profits for no additional cost. And they're like, brilliant, Bob, have another yacht. And then they decided to start this new crusade, and I don't think they're invested enough in it in order to really commit to it the way that it's going to be required. Because speaking as someone who has at least a passing understanding of programming, especially net programming, there's no way in goddamned hell they're going to win this fight. Evo says, why are all 80s Saturday morning cartoons so trash? Evo just lost friends with everybody in chat. Or at least everybody my age. More importantly, why do so many people legitimately believe they're better than modern cartoons and shows? So the answer to the second question is nostalgia. But the answer to the first question is a little bit different. It's actually something I've studied, believe it or not. The summary answer, like the bullet point answer, is Hanna-Barbera. I'm not actually joking. Hanna-Barbera. I'm not saying Hanna-Barbera cartoons are trash. The problem is Hanna-Barbera was big. They were huge. They were the animation studio, the biggest one and with the most influence in the entire United States for a very long period of time. And the reason and the way they got big was they were very, very cheap. So they put out some crap. In fact, they mostly put out crap. I agree that there's some gems in there, but you know what I mean when I say the Hanna-Barbera style. And so their that approach that they, it was very, 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 very formulaic. Their approach and their style pushed, which they pushed for a very long period of time, I might add, decades, kind of influenced throughout the entire generation that was growing up during that period of time. A whole generation of people who started to mentally associate animation with that. We have been pulling out of that literally ever since. I would argue that we're only as recently as within the last decade finally reaching the point where we're getting more actual animation stuff. I know there's exceptions, but you get my point as a cultural mentality. I mean, even as of this very moment in time, animation is considered a separate industry when it comes to unions and when it comes to worker rights and various stuff like that, because it was considered a completely separate subset of making television. It was the kids stuff over there, right? And that kids stuff mentality is what I mean when I'm saying this whole thing. So, getting back to your specific question, I think that most of the 80s Saturday morning cartoons were people who were like, and I know this because I've studied several of them, were people saying, hey, we want to make this cartoon. And they kind of couldn't because nobody's willing to greenlight any of their stories, any of their animations, because why would you want to greenlight a freaking cartoon, right? Well, so what they did, most of the talented people who actually wanted to go ahead and make cartoons drifted over into the toy industry and said, hey, we can make a show selling your toys. And thus G.I. Joe was born, and Transformers, and DuckTales grew out of this as well because of the comics and so forth and so on. They attached themselves to the toy industry in many ways to get the show out there. But they always had that kind of chain. You know, actually, My Little Pony, while we're on the subject. They always had that chain to what they had to be. They were trying specifically to sell comics and sell toys to kids. And that was just a shackle on what they could do there. And it wasn't until, I would honestly say Spielberg and I forget the other guy, name of the guy, really threw the shackles off in about the mid-90s that people were like, hey, we can actually do stuff now with regards to cartoons. And even that was only the beginnings of that. Like I said, we're still pulling out of that pit. So Judo Joker asks, have I ever listened to Behind the Bastards? Actually, yes, I have, although not at length or worthy enough to comment on it, but I am familiar with Behind the Bastards. Lord Harriman says, richest person in the world that isn't evil? Me. Elizar says, if we have a question that's too offensive, do you get punished or bad or not get your other question answered? No. Like, unless you violate Rule 0, but that has nothing to do with asking questions. That's just Rule 0. Yeah, No, yeah, that's right. Roger Rabbit was actually really legit. Go figure. It was also such a unique confluence. I don't want to get into that topic right now, but man, that was a unique film to study. Anyways, Gum Gum says, I hear you're a racist now, Lore. What made you get interested in that type of thing? I get that you're joking because you put a smiley face there, but I don't get the joke, Gum Gum. What is Rule 0? Don't be a dick. Rule 0 always applies. Latario says, if you were to review the Transformers 80s cartoon, do you think it would score well? No. Scroll down a little bit. Eternus said, if I end up working for SpaceX, would I hate me? No, and also thank you for the subs. I actually saw them earlier, Eternus. But I've been playing a little bit of catch-up. We're actually getting more questions this year than I thought we would. I am out of Dayquil. Cool. So if you know what you want to put those towards, Eternus, let me know. You gotta give me a second here. I do actually have water. I bothered to make sure I had water this morning. Okay.
Where are we at? Put this down here. Evo says, would you be able to get along and interact regularly with people who can't maintain a schedule? Well, considering that's everybody in the history of the entire universe, I suppose I have to. All joking aside, I get along plenty fine with, you know, Axe and my sister and a good friend of mine who cannot maintain a schedule. So, yeah, I think I can get along with those people. I should hope so. I'm screwed otherwise. Nobody can maintain a schedule. Pika says, do I think Blizzard can retain their good reputation again? Yes. Piko's More says, is there a state or country I'd love to live in? Yes, actually, there's several. But at the moment, we're most eyeballing New Zealand. Mr. Red says, people have peddled? Oh, peddled to you. The idea... Peddling. The idea to you of societal collapse and us returning to villages and LARPing as Vikings. And this being a good thing. People believe in it. Do you think there's evidence of something like this happening in the future? No. What if I found out my best friend was genuine racist? They would not be my friend anymore. The end. Boom. Done. Alright, housing is a problem everywhere, Blade Javal. Thank you, the Maestro, very, very much for that sub. I do always appreciate it. Thank you. If you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know. Oh, gotcha, prisoners. Legion and I are completely in lockstep that I hate Big Bang Theory. FS7R2, you got it. Croatia! I think people pine... So there's actually a psychological concept for why people pine for that, Mr. Ed. I don't remember what it's called. Please forgive me. But it boils down to the idea that some people think that by changing the environment in which... I mean like the environment. I mean like where they live. And simplifying the manner of their life, that things will improve. That is a very real psychological concept. I can't remember what it's called. It's not true in almost every case. It's got its own issues and its own problems. It's not. It can be true, but the point is, if that's your thing, then yeah, no. Anyways, so the reason I bring that up, though, is I think that that particular mentality might be at least part of why some people want to return to nature. It was a really big vibe back in the early 90s. Some of you may remember that because, if nothing else, it drifted into Star Trek all over the place. Because a lot of writers who were writing for Star Trek at the time, looking at you, Star Trek Insurrection, were really big on the get back to the good old days, the simple life, countryside living. No offense. If you want to go live in the countryside, you do you. Cool. I mean, I think that would be kind of neat. But you kind of need to do a whole lot of prep work and hard work in order to make that happen and make that viable long term. And I think that most people prefer simple things, so they just think, simple answer. Boom. Done. And I think that's my answer to you. Sean says, did General Sherman commit war crimes? It's an interesting question. Okay. Before I answer you, when most people say war crimes, what they mean is crimes but worse. The thing is, that's not what a war crime actually is. I'm just being very clear about the distinction here. War crimes are actually, what they mean is crimes against humanity. What war crimes actually are is a set bit of rules about stuff you can and can't do in conflict, which is a lot easier to break those rules than you'd think. So, do I think General Sherman committed crimes against humanity? Probably. I'm going to hesitate on that because I haven't studied the Civil War in several years. Do I think the Lincoln administration should have been held accountable for them? Yes. I think yes is the answer to that one. Also true, Blade Joel. Gum Gum says, do I agree we could solve our poor problem with food paste? No. Mr. Red says, how long does Twitter have left? That's a tough question, actually. I would say Twitter is going to maintain momentum for a while, but I do legitimately think that Twitter is actually in the process of dying. To be clear about that, it's probably going to take the better part of 5 to 10 years for Twitter to finally finish dying. And what's really going to actually have to happen is something else is going to have to rise up pretty much concurrent with Twitter going down. Having said that, I'd just like to plug really quick. There's something called Blue Sky, which is the new Twitter. I am actually on Blue Sky. Moving on. Mr. Red says, what do I make of Biden? Would you believe nothing? I have no idea what kind of President Biden is. If you ask me right now to just tell you anything about Biden, I legitimately have nothing in my brain. There's nothing under that memory flag for him. Latario says, there is actually, hang on, if I might be so bold, there is one thing that irritates me about Biden. Excuse me, about Biden's administration. Got to be clear about that. And that's the fact that they said they were going to undo the import, refugee, and immigrant policy. And not only did they not do that, but they made it worse. I don't mean like more harsh. I mean like they implemented it so badly that it is arguably a worse system now. Not a fan of that. Anyways, sorry, I have a couple of... This actually is something that came up this year for me, because I know several people who do not live in the States who were thinking about living in the States and ran into that wall. So I'm a little more familiar with the specifics of that situation. Anyways, Latari says, why do you think some people have more courage than others? Life experience? No, that's it. That's what that is. Lataria says, would you have a problem with being the reincarnation of an ancient deity destined to reclaim your power over the universe? I don't want to be a god. Can we not? Please? I don't want to be God. Tim Krukam says, in Germany we have a democracy problem in the near future and try to solve it with more immigration. What's a good strategy on integration process to avoid cultural conflicts? Now that's a tough question. That's actually a really, really polemic question. Because you're probably wondering, how could that be polemic? Let me put it to you this way. Let's say that if someone from France wanted to move to the United States right now and live here and be a United States citizen, immigration, do you think that now that French person should basically abandon their culture and their heritage and just become a United States citizen to adopt the new thing, the cultural assimilation thing? Now, you don't actually have to answer this. I'm not trying to oust anyone. I'm pointing that out because that's kind of one of the core problems of this question. Immigration, someone wanting to live somewhere else is a very fundamental and easy to understand problem. I should know. I want to move out of the United States. I have run into several walls on that because basically everybody, no, right, Rags? Basically everywhere has their own problems, and a whole lot of countries, most countries right now in the world, are kind of closing the door, so to speak. So, Mars, Warcore. I agree with you, Ganas, but again, yeah, that's not really an answer. So, the problem here is, as usual, I think this needs to be kind of a site-specific thing. It's fine to practice your own religion, to have your own culture, to do your own thing, but how much of that causes problems or conflicts with the culture group of where you're moving, that's the catch, isn't it? Yes, I want to have my planet, the only one. It's just me. I need a lot of planet. No, exactly, Wilking. I do think it's possible to kind of assimilate without losing self. But as was pointed out in the question, that can and has led to cultural conflicts. Where, obviously, you know, there's some friction. There's some friction between these things, between different culture groups, but also just general isms. That's the wrong word. I guess it would be culturism? I'll use here in the United States as an example, because that's what I'm more familiar with. A lot of what happened in New York City and the greater New York City area in post-World War I and post-World War II was a whole lot of pushing against culture groups who were moving there. And when I say pushing against, I mean you get worse jobs, or you get less protections here, or you're only considered for these kind of works, you can only live in these kind of neighborhoods. That kind of stuff, right? That's the kind of thing that has happened. Yeah, like with the Irish people, the Italian people, and the German people was another big one. in that era. And so, and yeah, this wasn't just a cultural, this wasn't just a national thing, but it was a cultural thing. And so, a good strategy on integration? God, I don't know. Because part of the problem is you have to deal with that on the other side too, right? The new person, my opinion, the new person should obviously be expected to kind of acclimate to their new environment, but I do think the new environment should also be expected to acclimate, at least a little bit, to them. What I mean by that is I think that they should be treated as a person, not an Irish person. Does that's a really, really dumb answer to that question, but it is legitimately what I think on the matter. I think that there needs to be legal protections in place and resources available to people. I feel like it's like the third time I've said this today, for people to be able to go somewhere and say, hey, you know, I'm being pushed into this neighborhood, or I'm being pushed out of my house, or I'm being pushed out of my job because I am blank. Yeah, let's not get the ghetto thing going on, right? Ghettos are bad for everyone. It's one of the reasons why so many national groups, historically speaking, for many, many years at this point, this is nothing new, since before I was born, have approached this situation and just said, yeah, we're just closing the doors. We're just saying no. Nobody can move in here, that way we don't have to deal with this problem at all. Maybe in my niece's lifetime surrounding, but probably not, you know, in the next 20 or 30 years. That was a long answer. Mr. Red says, should games tackle real-world current politics? I don't care. No, real talk. That's my actual answer to that question. I don't give a damn. Latario says, was dropping nukes on Japan the right decision? I'm going to pass over that one, actually. X says, what doesn't make sense of Japan's economy? Oh, man. Okay. Yes? Japan's economy is... Japan's economy is something that I would need to research right now in order to give you even a surface level idea of. They are a country that has no inflation or deflation to speak of, despite having economic growth and a very strong service sector, despite leaning on resource-heavy industries. Like, several things about Japan's economy quite literally do not make sense. It's bonkers. They're also extraordinarily progressive. I don't mean like socially, I mean like economically and in terms of technology, while simultaneously being extraordinarily regressive. They are, this actually came up recently in COVID because a huge number of Japanese companies just stopped functioning, stopped working, because a lot of Japanese workers didn't have the infrastructure in place to work from home. Like, it wasn't there. Some places had limited or no internet, and most of them didn't have a personal computer that could actually do their kind of job. And yet they go into the office and they've got latest state-of-the-art stuff. Yeah, there's also some social problems, or each precinct, I believe, is what they call them around there, has their own thing. Yeah, they still use fax machines very regularly. It's bonkers. That's Japan in a nutshell. Legion says, giving up my previous question line. I answered you. It just took me a while to get there. We know you've been homeless. Have I ever starved? Obviously, I have not starved to death, but I have been in a state of medical starvation several points in my life. Yes. There was a point in my life where I regularly would eat once every 3 or 4 days, on average. And there are periods in my life where I ate extraordinarily little for very, very, very long periods of time. It has actually been argued by some people who are not me that that's part of the reason that I have some of the issues I do with regards to retaining body fat, is because my body got a little bit too used to having to store away any incoming fat and just locking it away just in case. I don't know if that's true. It's just something that's been posited. Ginger Ninja says, I'm fairly sure you're not religious, but is there a religion you share any beliefs with? So I generally avoid religion questions as a standard of practice, so that's what I'm going to do. Evo says, any advice on dealing with self-esteem issues? Friends. Dead serious. other people are the best way to deal with self-esteem issues. By the way, you're awesome, Evo. Don't forget that. Thank you, Reximus. I will put that towards the Kingdom Hearts block, Yakuza Kiwami 2, and FF16. Have I ever played the Phantom Menace video game on PS1? No. Have I ever seen it? Yes, it's hysterical. Please don't ask me to play it. It's a garbage game. It's really fun. It's an awful game, but it's a fun, awful game. Latario says, do I think billionaires should be mandated to give a significant portion of their income to the state for benefit of the common people? I think that's a surface-level solution, which probably isn't going to actually solve the problem. I do actually think that I've said this before, I think that the distance of the wealth gap that is getting worse, by the way, should be shrunk. I do think that it should go and pulled back a little bit. But I think that just taxing the rich or taking their money and putting it somewhere else is not going to really solve the problem. I think there are other underlying problems beneath that. Latario says, why do I think Marvel live-action movies have rated so poorly? I've never heard of Marvel live-action movies rating poorly, so I can't even answer that. Why do people hate chocolate? I don't know. Wandering Doll says, in my existence as a trans woman, woke. This is a joke question for funsies, based on the has wokeness gone too far question. Oh, I'm sorry. There was no punctuation there. Is my existence as a trans woman woke? Yes! Okay, there we go. Valerian says, I know you generally don't vote, but what is the best argument you've heard for voting in any election you can, even if you don't personally agree? Oh, excuse me. I read that wrong. Best argument I've heard for voting in every election I can, even if I don't personally agree. The best argument I've ever heard was someone, I forget how they phrased it, so forgive me for the paraphrasing, but it boiled down to, our votes don't necessarily matter, but if we stop voting at all, things will not get better. Plutonia says, will the new Deus Ex games have trouble with its conspiratorial writing being perceived as dog whistling? God, I hope not. That would suck. Judo Jerker says, if intelligent design, why do men have nipples? Kappa. Sex. Mr. Red says, am I allowed to get pregnant? Sex. Lunera says, do you buy into what Picard said in TNG that mortality makes us appreciate life and we'd be complacent if we had immortality? No. I am extraordinarily against that mentality. Don't mistake me. I understand a lot of why fiction tends to push that narrative. It's a way of allowing people and helping people to cope with the fact that they will die. But I think that taking that too far and insisting that death is not only a good thing, but is something that should happen, is an idea that can go directly to hell. Laterval says, speaking of AI, have you read about the new executive order establishing rules for AI? Actually, yes, I have. I'll come back to that later because that's still in the beginning stages of that. So at the moment, I don't have any opinion other than I do actually think that we need to regulate AI because I think most, not all, things need to be regulated. Does Lore have his own version of what fascism is? I've never actually heard about. I've never thought about that. I suppose if you put a gun to my head, I would say fascism is extreme nationalism. State matters, nothing else does. You know, state is always the highest of the priority list. Cardassian Union, for example, to use a fictional example. That's probably what I'd give if you put a gun to my head. Which you do if you're a fascist. See, there we go. Latario says, if you could extend the human lifespan, what's the upper limit for how long a human can live? Let's go with infinite. There we go. Roman Kier says, you said you don't see a way in which you could be part of a political party, but what about the Lich King party? Zactef says, I think I need more men like Stark and Rogers in positions of power these days. Yeah, honestly. Oh, hang on. Legion, it looks like you're leaving, so I'll try to answer you quickly. And it's scrolling too quickly. Hang on. Give me a sec. Okay. I understand how bad it is to starve. I have the mentality of an economist. If people are being born faster than they die, and we can't manage to get into space, inevitably we will have more people than food, and they will starve en masse. So as a completely amoral economist, ignoring morality or emotional perspective, do I have a defense for the idea of continuing to preserve all lives at any cost? A defense for the idea of preserving all lives at any cost. Let's go ahead and start by saying no. But I'm going to make an attempt. I feel like most of human... Is death necessary? Well, no. I think most of human existence... This is kind of getting into more vague stuff. Most of human existence is about trying to overcome the problems that A, exist, and B, we have created. I actually talked about that at length recently. This again gets into that perfection is the enemy problem. So I think that if we were to reach a point at which we're starting to, if we were running into the exact problem that you just mentioned, again, no morality, no asking my niece to die, can't deal with that. By forcing people to face that question en masse, I feel like it would be more likely for general psychological friction to push enough people into making a solution to that problem happen. I said, again, amoral. That's what you asked for. I think that by reaching that point, people, species, right, as a species, would start trying to figure out a solution for these problems, or probably several solutions. Because that's kind of what we do and how we are as a species. We encounter a problem, and then we try to figure out a solution to that problem, and that solution isn't good, so we try to figure out a solution to that problem, and that's just life, right? That's progress, for lack of a better way to put it. So I suppose that would be my answer to you. Okay. Have a good one, Legion. Okay, back to the top of the list. 5 countries I would love to visit. Oh, I can only visit 5? I want to go everywhere. That's not a joke. I would love to travel the world. Okay, I have to limit myself to 5. Sweden, Japan, Spain. Now it's getting hard. See you around, Legion. Have a good one. No, the European Union is not a country. That doesn't count. I'm really torn. There's a lot of other places I want to go after that point. I want somewhere... I mean, I already picked Spain, so that's my Mediterranean area. Greece apparently has a really, really strong, robust tourism thing. It's actually one of the things that's been pulling them out of their most recent, or excuse me, second most recent economic crisis. I think I'm going to default here. So I'm going to say Croatia. And I'm serious, by the way. Because I want at least one Eastern European country in there. And it was either Croatia or Poland. And yeah, I think I'll go with New Zealand as number 5. Canada Bank says, sorry I've been there much. What's your opinion? Why, in my opinion, do people get mad at me for being different? I think there's a lot of answers to that question. I think it depends based on person to person. I think some people are just scum, obviously. That's the easy answer, though. And I really do legitimately believe that the people who are just scum are in the minority when it comes to percentages. I think that some people get uncomfortable when confronted with something that they don't know, whether it's a person or a concept or a food. Whatever, Crazy Norse. Look, I really want to go to the Mediterranean. What do you want from me? Thank you, Zalok. for the donation. I do appreciate it. And as usual, you get to pick up to 3 things for that. I think if people get uncomfortable, in general, regardless of what the thing is, or how it's different. To use a personal example, I do get a little bit weird when people tell me they legitimately hate FF6. That is, I know that sounds like a strange thing, but in my mind, FF6 is such a broadly good game that even people who aren't super into it would probably like it, or at least acknowledge its quality. But I've heard people who are different on that matter, and that does make me uncomfortable. That's human, right? Not that I'm human, but you know. I also think that there's some societal pressure on that, and I absolutely think there's some tribalism involved. Xenoblade 1 and 2 are together, and Xenoblade 3 is separate, Zalok. Mr. Red says, is there a game that's been affected by politics in a way that has been notable to the show? I'm going to go with no. No, I've seen people who hate FF6, dude, Nikai. In fact, I know someone personally who hates FF7, which is the publicly popular one, too. What is my opinion on the Nuremberg trials? Would you believe I've never studied them? Wilking says, it's impossible to answer for sure, so what's your gut feeling? Has humanity ever has or ever will get close to the true nature of reality? No. TSB says, any plans to ease the load on yourself? Actually, yes. When I get caught up, which I'll even tell you right now, for those of you who do not know this. So the current goal is we have to finish StarCraft 2 and then the Mario block. It's technically Mario blocks, but whatever. Once that's done, I'm going to take a medium dark. I am way behind on a lot of stuff, so I need to go get stuff done. After the medium dark, there are several games that will get funded. Almost guaranteed during that time. Golvike, there's a name I haven't seen in a while. So there'll be a couple of games which I know are going to get funded in that period of time, and that's going to be a bit. Yeah, Breath of Fire's in there, Pokemon Arceus in there. There's a few. I have a list, and then I need to stream the Zeldas and WoW. Once all of that is done, I will actually, or rather, when the WoW run starts, is actually more accurate. I will officially be at the point where I am finally, really caught up on the queue. Finally. The Metroid block is waiting on them to put Metroid Prime 2 and 3 in a format that I actually find acceptable to play. When we get to that point, that's when I'm going to go ahead and pull back. I'm going to stream a little bit less. I'm going to start every stream 1 hour later, so we'll be starting at 10 instead of 9. And Saturdays will get devoted towards the Streaminations, which means we'll stream the episode until we're done, and then no stream for the rest of the day. And that's going to be the new schedule. But we're not there yet. So I got a lot more crap to push through. So, we'll see, Savicom. We'll see. Wandering Doll says, you've mentioned a lot about how certain things are hills and lines for you that you don't want to cross. Have I ever regretted not compromising my morals, even if it would have been helpful for my career? No. Had to double check that to make sure I was reading that correctly. In other words, have I ever regretted not compromising my morals? And the answer is no. It's been 100%. Evo says, I was severely bullied in childhood, and when I asked for help, I was refused and told that I cannot run for myself, and thus it's your own fault for getting bullied. My question is, what in your opinion leads people to believe that? Well, the joke answer is flagrant stupidity. Oh god, Golvai, that sounds like a nightmare. Speaking from experience, actually. Well, the non-joke answer gets to wait a minute. I got interrupted by a donation. How dare ye? Who would be bully Evo? Jesus Christ. Thank you, Valerian. I do always appreciate your support. Thank you. And I'll put that towards FF16, FF14 Dawn Trail, and Tactics Ogres. So why do I think people are like that? As I've said before, I do feel like some people legitimately just do not have or understand empathy or sympathy. That's answer number one. I think that number two, some people think that life is so harsh and horrible that A, that's how everyone should act, and B, other people should get used to that mentality as quickly as possible. Therefore, if you have an issue, it's all on you, and you are the one who needs to change to accommodate it. I also think that some people tend to project, and by some people I mean most people. So what they're saying might actually be coming from themselves, aka it's their fault that they can't fix their lives. Therefore, obviously it's your fault too that you can't fix your life, right? I mean, isn't that just apparent? If I can't do anything about, let's say I'm an adult, and my niece comes to me and says, hey, help, bullies. And I think in my head, well, I can't do anything about the government that I'm currently under, which I'm not a big fan of. So, I mean real life. I mean, this is a made-up situation. So, like, I live in the Nod. I'm a citizen of the Nod from Command & Conquer. So I'm not a big fan of that government. And so I think, well, I can't do anything about it. So I have to just suck it up. So that's what I'm going to tell the kid, too. You just got to suck it up. This is on you. Etc. There's probably more that I'm missing. I think the beginning of it, though, is the lack of empathy and lack of sympathy. I think that's the core problem there. Judo Joker says, gonna poke your manager brain. When someone's struggling with something, how do you differentiate to be supportive versus telling them to get their crap together? Practice is probably the easiest answer to that. Because, when you do it for a long time, you tend to get to that vibe of someone who just has issues versus when someone needs a kick in the ass. I've actually encountered that even with regards to my own projects, with regards to the rewrites, as well as the theater. In some cases, for example, I've had an actor, I don't want to name names, I don't want to call anyone out, but I have had some actors who were just behind. Not on purpose. They weren't trying to drag the project down. They were just having their own issues and having their own things. And so I was supportive. And then I had a couple people who had to be kicked in the ass and be like, hey, let's go. And I just kind of dropped the hammer. I was like, I'm going to replace you as an actor if you don't get this to me by this time. And it varies. So, I think the easiest... No, it's not fun. I don't like being a leader. I'm good at it, but I don't like doing it. I think that the easiest answer I could give to that, to try and use it as an approach to apply in the future, is to try and identify their reaction. If you approach someone and say, hey, I need you to do this, or where's the progress on such and such, if they react by saying, oh yeah, no, sure, no problem, I got you, then they probably need to be kicked in the ass. If they respond with something like, oh God, am I that behind? I'm so sorry. I'll try to get on that as soon as I can. Then that's probably someone who needs your support. Because the former probably isn't taking it seriously, and the latter is probably just has a lot of other crap going on in their lives. That's a general bit of advice, but I have noticed that to be true several times. Latario says, do I think Baldur's Gate 3 was too progressive? No. Internal System Error says, in that vein of personal and polemic, is there anything further you can add to why Talos didn't click with me? Talos. Which game was Talos? Oh God. Talos Principle. Right. Okay, so why Talos didn't click with me? Oh God, that's a good question. I mentioned at the time I'm past that part of my life. Right, okay, I remember now. So the Talos Principle, actually, I thought I mentioned this during the run, it's a good, I don't mean this as an insult, it's a good first look at philosophical ideas. What do we identify as identity and self and future and what matters and blah, 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 right? Ship of Theseus crap. Base level, entry level philosophical stuff. That's not an insult, again, because they were trying to use it as that kind of a vector to get those kind of thoughts going. I had all those thoughts though, right? Like that was my high school. I'm past that. I have gotten to the point where I've thought the thoughts, gone through the things, occasionally self-analyzed. It's like, okay, yeah, boom, and that's the way I think. It's one of the reasons why I just look at that sort of stuff and admittedly roll my eyes a little bit nowadays. So that's what I mean. There was stuff I didn't want to get into because polemic. Don't remember if I don't have something off the top of my head that I would consider polemic from that opinion. That was my ankle. That hurt. Okay. I'm sorry, I don't actually remember. I apologize. Von Falkenstein says, what's my opinion on the quite rampant homeschooling advocation going on in the U.S.? Oh my God. Okay, this is another one of those complex ones. So, for those of you not aware, there is a bit of a homeschooling epidemic here in the United States. Not because homeschooling itself is bad, not because, like, there's anything fundamentally wrong with homeschooling, but because it is enormously unregulated and unmonitored. Speaking as someone who actually has learned a lot about teaching over the last few years, because my sister's a teacher, there's a whole lot of extra little side things that kind of are baked into being a teacher. You think it's about teaching kids, but there's actually all of their what do they call it? Ethical reporters, I think is what it's called. Teachers are ethical reporters and have to report on certain types of things and kind of serve as basically another little secondary check on things, right? It's another eye on the problem, to put it very simply. So teachers tend to be another eye on the problem of if there's any child abuse, or if there's children who have special needs, or have some kind of flagging medical issues or whatever, right? And then there are, depending on the location, there are mechanisms in place that the teachers can then go to report that to and try to get people involved in and blah, 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 right? Now, that varies wildly, which is kind of the problem. So how much of that they have the right to... What is its name? Hang on, I just got someone trying to fish me. Just go ahead and do this forever. So yeah, so homeschooling is an issue because it bypasses that. Because there's nothing mandating what you teach your kid at home. Allow me to go ahead and say that I am philosophically in favor of the idea of homeschooling. But in practical application, I think that there does need to be both support and regulation on homeschooling. There needs to be there needs to be extra eyes. There needs to be extra eyes on the situation. They need to be able to reach out, do like a periodic checkup. Hey, we're here. How are the kids? Let's talk about it. Let's just do a quick thing away from the children or away from the adults. You get it, right? There needs to be that kind of extra layer of protection, because I don't know what else to add to that. Exactly. That's another thing. There is one really huge reason why I'm generally against homeschooling, and it's the schoolyard, recess. I've actually been saying this for a very long time, and the older I get and the more I study this and the more I learn from my sister, recess is so helpful to development, right? Being able to interact with other children of your age group is a huge part of developing as a human being. And I mean, it's literally one of the three principles of droid effect, for God's sake. Yeah, we are a very social species. We need social interaction. So that's the biggest downside of doing homeschooling, in my legitimate opinion. I think that there needs to be something to kind of help with that. That's the wrong thing. I need to pull up this one. There we go. Ironically, I didn't like recess that much either. Go figure, I suppose. Oh, ha! Are you still there, Lord Haremont? Random question. I will also admit that schooling, like the justice system, is definitely one of those complex problems. Unlike some of the easy stuff, those are things that are nice, long, complicated, no good solution problems. So that's cool. Water. That makes sense, Judo Joker. By the way, Spartan, I don't know if you said anything about that. I'm trying to keep up on like 3 things at once here. If you want to jump in on this and tell me how wrong and stupid I am, please do so. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the matter. I'm going to move on to the next question really quick here. Judo Joker says, thoughts on gun control, specific things like assault weapon bans and concealed carry. You know, one of the most common counter-arguments I hear about gun control is, all it's going to do is make it so only the criminals have guns. So, that's a very surface-level counter-argument. But even if it were somehow true, that's actually still kind of a good thing, as absolutely bizarre as that sounds. And not because criminals have guns, but because raising the barrier to entry is kind of the point. Why do you have a lock on your door? Are most people gonna just randomly enter your home? No, of course they're not. Most people aren't going to do that. That lock on the door is there as an extra barrier of entry to reduce the likelihood of some random person just walking into your house. This is true digitally. This is true in terms of basic. Yeah, it's kind of this. It really is, Talia. It's the same general concept. Raising the barrier to entry on guns reduces the amount of people who have guns. It does. It's not going to remove guns. There are certain people who are still going to get access to them. That's life. But I do personally, this is again that good versus perfection thing, I do think personally that it's still a good thing to raise gun controls, especially when it comes to concealed and assault weapons. I shouldn't have to even explain why I don't think a normal person should still have a frickin' assault rifle. Well, no, having guns is analogous to someone entering your door, Henson. The lock is the gun control. I admit that wasn't a very well constructed analogy. I apologize. Yeah, Golvag's absolutely correct. A 3-foot fence is not going to stop someone from entering your yard, but it will lower the number of people who will just use your yard as a method of getting through. Okay, I'll let go of the analogy, and I'll just stick with the plain point. I think more gun control equal good, because while it will not remove guns or criminal guns from the situation, it will reduce the scale and scope of the problem. Lunarith says, is there no hope to make good games on mobile devices with how our economic system works? So, if there's any mobile developers in chat right now, this is a good time to jump in and say, Lord, you're dumb and you're wrong and you're stupid and I hate you. But from what I know, because I actually do know several mobile developers personally, the real issue there is actually the market. You probably have, statistically speaking, an Android or an iPhone. Apple's store is garbage with regards to discoverability. In several cases, even if you directly and specifically search for a specific game, it might not be the thing that comes up on your search, right? So actually making a real game on mobile is really easy to do. It's even cheap to do. So it's more likely that you can make a good mobile game than it is you can make a good PC or console game. Quite literally, the barrier to entry is lower. However, getting anybody to actually play that game, much trickier. That's the problem. Yeah, curation. What's that? So, issues. Big issues. Zachtev says, do I think that in real life something like the Iron Man armor would be considered a weapon of mass destruction? No. Latari says, when would I support child soldiers? I'm going to go ahead and go with a never on that one. I think I'm going to stick by that one. But then again, I tend to be anti-child workers too. Chocolate Hills, moving on. Latario then also asked, if every country is built on blood and death and slaughter of indigenous people, would it be fair to say that every country should be dismantled? What good would that do? What possible benefit would removing every country and every governmental body on Earth actually accomplish? Would be my answer to that. Lenarith says, how can we even have something vaguely resembling Star Trek when FTL is impossible and have feeble lifespans? So, I mentioned this during my answer to that. Eject the FTL, eject the aliens. But look at how Star Trek is constructed societally and in terms of most of their technology. Think about their interactions, rather than thinking about it like the whole galaxy or the double, the alpha and beta quadrants. Think about it just being the Sol system. Maybe we have ships that go over a few years over to one of the other nearby systems, like Alpha Centauri or something. But otherwise, we're very, very, very shrunk down. But a lot of the other technology that Star Trek has posited is actually very feasible and viable, even in a real-life sense. In fact, what I find funniest is we have in many ways surpassed Star Trek in technological innovation. So, yeah. Yeah, basically, think about Star Trek like conceptually and thematically, dumped on the more practical application of The Expanse. That's why my first answer was The Expanse, and my second answer was Star Trek. Latario says, a lot of Latario questions. Have I ever tried to change myself to become more acceptable to one person? Yes, unfortunately. I too was once a dumb teenager trying to impress a girl. Latario, Jesus, Latario, then says, opinions on polygamy. I'm not really against polygamy, but I do actually think that most people don't understand how much of a problem that is in practical application. Let me put it, I've actually said this several times. Yeah, safe, sane, consensual, right? Let's say Brago and I hook up today. Woo, wedding bells. We are two very complex, different people. The way we interact and dynamic with each other is going to be a huge, complex, ever-going problem. And I do mean problem. Now, it's a problem worth solving. It's a problem that can have lots of benefits and lots of positives. It might be worth it, right? It also might not be worth it. But you get my point, right? Even just these two people is a very, very difficult, stressful thing to do. Now, add a third person to the list, or 4 or 5 or whatever. But and again, yeah, add one more person to that mix. Because that's not taking it from like a relative 2 to a 3. That's like taking it from a 2 to a 15. Because you have to think about this dynamic, this dynamic, this dynamic, this dynamic, and this dynamic. All of which are throwing it into the wind. So, am I against polygamy? No. But I do think it's actually really, really, really much more complex, like exponentially on top of just your basic relationship. Gum says, why is Germany more accepting of certain groups than the United States? I have no idea. I didn't even know that was a thing. Henson says, do I think the populace of the United States has enough in common to be a stable, robust society? No, I actually do not. I'm not saying I'm super in favor of splitting the Union, but I do think that there is enough people within the country, within the state I live in, but especially in the country I live in, that disagree with each other, that there's gonna be some issues there. Mr. Red says, do I think the slow increase in conflict across the world is a trend that's going to continue with more conflicts erupting? Well, if we keep following the 20th century playbook, we're going to hit World War I pretty soon. And then that'll be a big deal. That'll cause some economic strife. That'll lead to World War II. And then we'll be good for a bit. Elisar says, what is a boycott? A boycott is when you refuse to buy or participate in something as a way to show protest of that thing. If you refuse to watch my streams because you hate the Lore Runner, or you refuse to buy Apple products because you hate Apple or whatever, that's a boycott. Scroll down a little bit. In my rumination, hang on. In my rumination from Half-Life 1, I praised the game's method of storytelling and world building, but criticized From Software's Soul games for the exact same method. That's funny. I don't remember ever having to pause, hit 5 menu options, and then go over to slowly read one tiny little text, and then do this 30 separate times over the course of several hours in order to get Half-Life 1's story. Huh. Arcus then says, how do I protect the Russia-Ukraine war is going to end? So I have no answer to that. I mean that legitimately. I actually did have a prediction about that, and that prediction has long since been proven incorrect. I have no idea what's going to happen at this point, and that's pretty much my answer to that. Gum Gum says, why do the United States personnel... I will never like coffee! Distrust the United States government, oh, well, that's actually easy. Most people distrust their government. Partially because we had an era of really bad government. No, not recently. This is a while ago. And that led to pretty much the generation right up from me being very anti-government, which then propagated out into the era that I'm in. But also because the very country was built out of rebelling from the government. And a lot of people like to ground themselves. This is a topic I talk about a lot. Yeah, no kidding about it. People like to attach something to their identity. Because a lot of people, in my opinion and experience and observation, do not have an identity. No offense. I think that most people don't really know who they are at what you'd call the fundamental core. I call that core, right? That's my term. And I think most people either don't have a core or don't know what their cores are. And so they look at something to attach to themselves and say, this is me. I am a Star Trek fan. I am an Italian. I am a member of this political party. I am a member of this religious institution. And they use those things to identify as their core. One of the things that the United States citizens have a tendency to do is to attach themselves specifically to the Constitution of the United States. Not the country, but specifically the Constitution, which is honestly a really flawed document written a long time ago for a situation that doesn't really apply anymore. I've seen worse constitutions, but you get my point here. And so I think that that's at least part of where that comes from. Also, governments in general suck. So, 040 says, how YouTube should be run. What other basic services neither run by the government nor for profit? Is there an example? Yeah, Wikipedia, actually, is the easy answer to that. I feel like there's another one, but that's the easy answer right there. Wandering Doll says, if I control the world, bam, how would I deal with the British? They've had it too good for too long. All right, British people, it's time to pay you back. Can I share a meme in exchange for this? This is the soundtrack for Surviving Mars. I highly recommend it. It's a great soundtrack. We gave it special praise when we were reviewing it. Hang on, I gotta find a meme. Give me a sec, give me a sec. This won't take me long. Actually, surprised I haven't already found it. The most common national celebration on Earth is actually a holiday shared by 65 different countries on different days in each country on an annual basis, averaging out to be celebrated roughly once every 6 days on the planet. That holiday is Independence from the British. Moving on. Judo Junker says, what's an unethical experiment you'd be interested in the results of? How many people mean what they say? I think is the answer to that. And you're probably thinking, how's that unethical? It would involve reading someone's mind without their consent, which is honestly very unethical. It's also fictional, but point remaining. Ect says, Ect asked me to pause on answering this question. I remember that. Roman Kier says, Wikipedia model. How would such a nonprofit pay for the huge data storage servers required for the video storage? That's a good question. I actually have put some very real, practical, everyday thought into that, which I'm not going to share with you. No offense, but because I kind of want to actually implement that someday. It is something that I think is practically applicable. Lotario says, would it surprise you to find out that a drunken monkey is actually the true deity running the world and that's why things are the way they are? No. As in, no, it would not surprise me. Sub-Zero says, do I think peaceful revolutions can work? I have no idea. Arcus says, I don't know if you remember this, but at the end of your Mass Effect 3 review, you said the extended cut makes the original ending worse, but never went into the details of how. Oh, yeah, sure. I actually did go into the details of that, Arcus, in my review of Mass Effect 3 just last year. So first of all, go watch that. But second of all, I would say the most fundamental thing it did wrong was the first ending was a nothing burger, right? There was nothing there. There was nothing actually happening. So it was like, hey, dumb music, cut. But then the extended cut added the extra narration and slides, which were barely different from each other, but also loved to jump into this whole idea of trying to narrate the endings as if they were a good thing, for lack of a better way to put it. And that narration was clearly extremely poorly thought out. Like, for example, we did the destroy ending and all the things are destroyed, but it's okay because we've already rebuilt them. What? Or, it's okay, everyone is all at this is now both synthetic and organic, and everyone is now part of the great What? The narration itself, the writing, to be more specific, was kind of terrible. Again, I reviewed it. Go watch that. And then later I said, isn't it possible the YouTube premium price is based on what they think will give them the most money per user base? I.e., they don't believe they will make money from having more users if they sell for $2. Yes, 100%, absolutely. Also, that makes them very stupid. Going wide and going tall can both be valid answers, but I feel like an inordinate quantity of people in a lot of industries underestimate the value of going wide by going for volume, is what that's actually called. Most people try to set their rates at a rate that they not only can think they can get away with, but gets them the maximum per user income, as opposed to just kind of trying to, get as many users as possible. And this varies from industry to industry. That's also something that's worth noting. Lataria says, what's a song that most people think is horrible that I enjoy? See you around, Spartan. Okay, we're done. Ahem. Do I think the European Union will become a full-blown government with time and progress? No. If so, is that a good thing? No. I need to be careful about deleting. It vitiates the... Zalok says, why don't I do raids? So that's actually... Oh, that's a complex question. So the reason I don't do raids anymore is multifold. First of all, and most obviously of all, time. That's the big one. Even if everything else was solved, time would prevent me from doing raids. However, the next point on top of that is I generally have to lead raids, which I know that sounds weird. I prefer to lead raids than to follow in raids, either just because of a lot of reasons I don't want to get into right now. It usually leads to a better experience. It's more comfortable. I tend to be paying attention anyways. I'll do it without even meaning to. So, leading raids is fine. I actually don't mind doing that. In fact, I actually enjoy it. The problem there is that if you're in charge of a raid, that builds into it another little problem. And that problem is getting the raid together in the first place. Back during Wrath, which I know is a very long time ago at this point, I kind of walked away from raid leading. Because this is not a joke, it's not exaggeration, getting the group together in the first place, getting the initial group ready and getting everyone on board and getting ready for the raid is such a nightmare issue. There's people who are busy. There's people who just have different schedules. There's people who are only available periodically. There are people who don't really know how to keep a schedule. Yeah, exactly. 24 people on for the same half hour is just a nightmare. And it's not even for bad reasons. It's just life. And then you get into the bad reasons, because some people are just a day, and you might bring someone just because they're on. Or you might bring someone just because, they're available at that particular point in time. And yeah, then there's time zones to counter, and it's such a nightmare scenario. And I'm saying this without hyperbole, that it was causing me stress and pain to a level I consider to be unacceptable. So I walked away from it. I said, no, I'm done. And I have not actually really put a lot of effort into getting a group together since then, with a couple of notable exceptions during the FF14 run we did just last year. It's awful. So that's why I don't raid anymore. Roman Cure says, would I think the presence of Commander Shepard as an actual Starfleet commander on Voyager would help or hinder things? Hinder. I think Shepard would bounce up against too many people, and would cause too many problems with the actual crew, never mind the people they encounter. However, which would be better, Paragon or Renegade? Renegade, all the way. Voyager should have been the Renegade, and instead it was the Paragon, and that's the problem. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Shepard also has no idea how to actually run a ship. Shepard is a squad leader. I don't mean that as an insult, by the way. But that's what Shepard should be. Oh, Twitch raids. Oh. Yeah, okay, sure. Who do I raid, Zilog? There you go. There's your answer. I have nobody to raid. Blake Taval says, what are my favorite animated shows aside from My Little Pony? I really liked the Oz show, which I think was just called Oz. I really liked, obviously, Batman the Animated Series and the DCAU in general needs to be mentioned. I did like Magica. I will admit to that. Running into a wall here. Animaniacs. Humor aside, the show was actually brilliantly constructed and produced. Azumanga Daioh. Early Simpsons. Late Futurama. I think that might actually be it. One of those. Latario says, if you had a teenage son... Oh, God, why? No, why would you curse me like this? If I had a teenage son, how much freedom does he have? So that's too vague of a question, but hang on. There's some follow-up questions. Can he do drugs? Yes, absolutely. If he does it here, at home, with me present and aware of the fact that he's doing it. You want to experiment, you do it someplace where it's safe. If so, what kind? Doesn't matter. Does he have a bedtime? Yeah. The human body, adults should have a bedtime, never mind a son. What kind of games can he play? Case by case. You want to play a game? Run it by me. Games are my business. Can he go out without direct permission? Yes, but I would appreciate either a text or a call or even just a note saying, hey, I'm heading out, so that I know where you are in case anything. Do I supervise him? Probably not, overall. Can he play Kingsfield 4? Yes. Like, that would be Mr. Ed is now my son, who is also a teenager, and Mr. Ed shows up and says, hey, can I play Kingsfield 4? And I'll look at you for a minute and be like, sure. Here's my copy. You know how to hook up the PS2. Fun. Can he play Manhunt? Sure. I don't have any issues with that. Can he drink coffee? No coffee! We're done! So Crazy North says, which political opinion that I have that am I most ashamed of but don't see an easy alternative? Voting blue. Eliezer says, do I think the death penalty is okay? I did it, Blade 12. I got you to laugh about it. In fiction, it's easier to discuss the death penalty. Because in fiction, there are some people who should die. And that's not, like, debatable. But the reason we could say that in fiction is because we know people in fiction. There are certain people we understand and comprehend enough to say, yeah, that person needs to be removed from the board. It's a lot harder to say that in real life. Obviously, anybody who knows me knows, and I don't even think this is a controversial opinion, because I've said this many times off of Polemic Day. I tend to be more pro-rehabilitation and less pro-punishment. I think that rehabilitation should be the goal there, societally and in terms of, like, even just economically. So I think that adding the death penalty for a large number of things is not a great idea. Having said that, I do actually agree hypothetically with the idea of, let's call it the extreme. In very, very, very specific circumstances, and I do mean the extreme minority, I do think the death penalty is something that should at least be on the table. It's the kind of thing that, like, let's hypothetical. Let's say I'm a judge, a high judge, right? So national level judge, and Rax comes to me and is like, "Hey, I would like to argue for executing the death penalty on Savacom," and I'll be like, "All right, sell me." And it is now Rax's job to go through the hoops that are necessary to do in order to justify that, as opposed to going in a different direction and trying the usual rehabilitation method. Shut up, Etho. So don't actually shut up. Don't actually shut up. But you get the point, right? So I do think that's the kind of thing that I would need more buy-in from more people to make an honest judgment on. I think it's the kind of thing that should be available, but almost never actually implemented, put simply. There needs to be so many layers you have to go through to get to that it should probably be the kind of thing that is discouraged in general. And as someone said it in chat, I didn't catch it. It was ISE. If there is a wrongful conviction, we've got a problem because you've already killed the person, right? They're dead. So we can't undo that. Although we have other issues with undoing wrongful convictions in this country, but that's neither here nor there. Arca says, in episode 9, Ghost Luke picked up Rey's lightsaber, and in episode 8, Ghost Yoda summoned a lightning that destroyed a Jedi temple. First of all, spoilers. But second of all, my question is, are you okay with a Force ghost physically interacting with the world, or do you find that lore-breaking? I'm going to go ahead and go with no. I'm not okay with that. I never liked the idea of Force ghosts in general, to be honest. In fact, we've actually already talked about this in our wars. There's probably not going to be even a single Force ghost. There's just going to be all gone, or not there to begin with. So I'm going to go with no. I'm not particularly okay with that. The only reason Obi-Wan was a Force ghost at all, the only reason Force ghosts exist, is because George Lucas. This is true. This is not subjective or opinion. We know this. George Lucas has been very vocal about the fact that he regretted killing off Obi-Wan back in A New Hope, and he really wanted Obi-Wan to come back. So Force ghosts exist. Ironically, I'm kind of with Rax on that. If you wanted to go Force ghost, make them a voice. Which is funny, because the movies do that. That happened in A New Hope. That also happened in, well, episode 9, actually, but something, I forget where, but you just hear the voice. And that works a little bit better. Don't have them manifested in a manner, right? That was it. It was episode 2. Thank you. I knew there was another one. That wasn't the sequel trilogy. Elizar says, I deal with a lot of self-harm issues. What is your best solution for when to not cut yourself? I feel awful when I do something stupid, but not just talking about chat, just in general. So, I have, unfortunately, a large amount of experience with people who suffer from self-harm. The way I would... the advice, the idea that I tend to lead... Obviously, first of all, I'm some random guy on the internet. Let's just start with the obvious. Excuse me. I sometimes forget to start with the obvious. So, starting with the obvious... seek someone who can actually help you. I am not a professional. But one of the pieces of advice I've usually given is to find a new source of venting. Venting is natural, venting is normal, and venting is healthy. So make sure to try and understand that, first of all, and then find some other method by which to vent. Maybe video games, maybe punching a punching bag, maybe going out for a walk, maybe going out for a run. Maybe doing a bunch of quick exercise, maybe having wild sex with your significant other, maybe engaging in a big discussion with somebody. I've heard of hundreds upon hundreds of different methods that people use in order to vent. And it, like I said, having that kind of physical and or emotional and or mental release is extremely critical for human existence. So that would be my best, and has been my best bit of advice, that find something else to vent in. Yeah, even something as basic as just having a stress ball, right? Or just getting up and doing some jumping jacks. Even something really basic can work as venting. Yeah, even just letting yourself cry. That's actually a good example. Just let yourself cry for a bit. Just sit there by yourself, private, maybe in your bathtub, doesn't matter. And just let yourself feel for a bit and let that just hit you. Or something I used to do when I was younger is I would get my headphones in and I would have some music and I would just crank it. In fact, I'm going to be personal here for just a second. One of the earliest soundtracks I ever listened to in order to vent, specifically when I was hanging out with my biological father, and I used to just crank this music to deal with it, is... Because some of you probably have heard this story. The first soundtracks, the first CDs, that I ever bought were Final Fantasy IV, Final Fantasy VI, and Secret of Mana. Followed almost immediately by Final Fantasy Mystic Quest and Lufia 2. But those were my first three. So I had a CD player, and I would just put on the CD and just crank it, right? I'm not going to actually play the songs that I used to crank because they would be loud. But you get the idea, right? So that's another method of venting. Anyway, sorry. Moving on to the next question. We currently have 13 pages of questions. Lunarith says, what kind of... This is a little loud. Hang on. There we go. What kind of systems or policies or measures would you put in place to remedy bad interest people who have things like speculative bubbles, profit over benefit, and lobbying? So this is a vague answer as opposed to a specific answer, but in my experience, systems are a good starting point. What you need to have is two additional layers after that. Three additional layers after the system. You have to have the system in place, which is you try to design the system as best you can to avoid exploitation. You fail because there is no such thing. Then you have oversight, and you have additional eyes on things, right? See around Serrani. So you have oversight, and you have other people looking at the problem, like I was kind of talking about earlier. And then you have to have another system in place to change the system in reaction to point 2 and point 3. That's the vague answer. Sub-Zero says, am I in favor of legalizing some drugs, and if not, should alcohol be banned as well? Rather than answering you directly, let me talk about the two sides here. On the one hand, making something regulated is a good way to add protective measures to a thing and to ensure that there are... Yeah, that's also true. To ensure... Yeah, let's get this out of the way. I'm not in favor of banning alcohol. That's not going to work. It's too ingrained into human existence. Hi, Cinematic Sith. Like, do you see this song right now? This song wouldn't have happened without alcohol. I'm being a little facetious. The United States is not the only organization that's ever tried to ban alcohol. And yeah, it has never succeeded. But hang on. So if you regulate something, you can add protections to it. You can add barriers to entry. You can also add built-in systemic ways to help recover from it. Alcoholism is obviously a problem, but it is also an acknowledged problem. There are programs and systems to help people recover from that partially exist because alcohol is kind of a thing. You can also have guarantees of quality. That's also true. You can regulate the actual product itself. The downsides of regulation are a little bit harder to explain in simplicity, but boil down to, if you don't have to conform to societal norms, then you can do whatever the hell you want to, and that can lead to both bad and good things. Having said that, if it's not obvious, I tend to lean towards regulation when it comes to things that are that dangerous. I already mentioned this with regards to gun control. So I do think that I do think that we need to need is probably the wrong word. So, okay, hang on. Let me answer Primarch's question directly. Let me use a direct example rather than speaking in vagaries. It is a debatable fact that during the alcohol ban, I can't think of the name of all of a sudden, the thingamabob that happened here in the States, Prohibition, thank you. During Prohibition, because people had to go illegal in order to procure alcohol, they were then interacting in ways that otherwise were not considered normal at the time, both across gender lines and across skin lines. So there was a lot of crossing of barriers, which led to a lot of cultural mixing that generally would not have happened under the regulated existence that happened just prior to that. Now, that's more of a racism and a sexism problem than it is anything else, but by removing that regulation, whatever can happen, and did arguably lead to some good things with regards to trying to combat both of those problems. The problem, of course, is how much of that was directly resulted of prohibition or not is kind of debatable. It has been argued, that that was going to happen anyways, regardless of circumstances, and that prohibition just kind of was the thing that happened at the same time, right? I don't know. This is the matter of debatable. Hi, Huthor. But I only bring that up because it is something that I think should be mentioned. Having said that, I do still tend to be in favor of regulation. I do think that there are just too many benefits from regulation. Because, as has been pointed out, deregulating tends to cause more harm to the people at the bottom of the economic pile than the people at the top. And those people at the bottom, they got their own problems, right? A lot of other issues, too, as I already mentioned. Yes, Texas is into the chat. Oh, God! So Czar says, did I stop using Twitter for announcements because it became worse or because of something else? Both, actually. So Twitter is not only worse, but they're currently... Okay, so you know how I tend to be right about things? Which just never stops irritating me because I can never be right about good things. Exactly, Roman Cure. Honestly, pretty much, yeah, Sub-Zero. Yeah, I've never heard of Twitter. When the whole deal for Twitter's going through, I sat down and thought about a few things with regards to Twitter. I was like, you know, this is going downhill in a hurry. And one of the biggest things I predicted, even before the deal went through, is that Twitter was going to start charging for access to Twitter. And that was a wall for me because I've never really used Twitter. It's always been kind of a side thing that nobody really follows me and nobody really knows. But I don't really social media. I am not like a lot of other people. So I don't use Mastodon specifically because it's decentralized. Although, ironically, I do have Mastodon on my phone. Charging for API is ridiculous. Let's not even get into that. So I don't really social media anyway, so dropping Twitter was easy. Just like I dropped Tumblr and, frankly, everything else. Oh, that's funny, Judah Joker. Twitter was getting, like I said, was getting objectively worse. And screw Twitter. So, yeah, hi, Reddit. It's another thing I stopped using while we're on the subject. So, Tim Crewcom says, thoughts on Peter Zahan or ground news as a source of objective news. I actually don't know what either of those are, which probably says something about me. So I don't actually know of... It's funny, not zero. I don't know of any news source I would consider objective news. I have long and contentious opinions on this about things that should be and are not. But I will say that generally any news I get always gets a grain of salt. Where the source comes gets a gradient amount of salt depending on where it's coming from. Generally speaking, I tend to follow more individual news sources. If a large-scale site like, say, GameSpot or something like that, or CNN, or The Guardian are 3 big examples. Those are huge salt. In other words, very, very unreliable news sources. So if they post something, I will lean towards not believing it automatically, and we'll try to follow the information trail, because sometimes they'll actually say, we've had a post from here, and then you can follow that and follow that and follow that, and try to find where the actual information is coming from. And then use that as a way to gauge it, because if some random YouTuber says, hey, I think this, that's not what I would call a very reliable source in general. Gum says, should we implement the Scandinavian model in the United States? Yes. Latario says, what is the most likely way humanity will end? When I snap my left fingers here. I'm not going to do it, though, don't worry. Evo says, any ideas to how to be a more social person and make more friends? And learn how to accept that I am worth people taking time out of their busy days to spend with me. So first of all, you are, in fact, worth people taking other time out of their days to spend time with you. I don't buy Nestle, Mr. Red. Hills. Chocolate. But any ideas how to be a more social person and how to make more friends? Not everyone has to be like that, obviously. Like what Hollywood will tell you. Yeah, it is, Dakota, I agree with that. There's actually a brand that my brother-in-law introduced me to, which is much, much better chocolate. Hang on. I gotta find the name of it, because I always forget. Give me a second. No, I'll get back to your question, Evo, I swear. Just give me a second here. Where's it? I'm gonna laugh if someone in chat actually knows what it is before I get there. Is it Tony's? That is it. Tony's Chocolonely? I don't know how they want that pronounced. But yeah, my brother-in-law introduced me to that. It's much better quality chocolate. They have some good variety and good flavors. That's a chocolate I would recommend much more. It's also more ethical. Not fully ethical, more ethical. And it's a little more expensive because of that. Did they really, Valerian? That's hysterical. Yeah, that's the one that pays extra to the farmers in order to try and ensure, to ensure that they actually, pay a living wage to the farmers who actually harvest the cocoa beans. I do recommend it, though. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Definitely recommend. Nestle is crap. Not just because they're ethically crap, but because the literal chocolate is crap. That's apparently, secretly, I'm just the United States version of John Oliver, apparently. I don't know what to make of that. I do like Cadbury cream eggs. I'm not going to lie about that. I make it a habit of buying a few every time I can grab a few. So, okay, I'm getting back to the question. Ideas on how to be a more social person. I find that, this is purely personal experience. Do you know why I am a very social person? It's because if you rewind and rewind and rewind all the way back to the very beginning of my desire to be so social, it's at the very beginning of that you find a mentality and an attitude. People matter, and I love studying people. I know that sounds weird, but it's true. As I've said, if I could break down everything I believe down to its fundamental core, people matter is at that bedrock, right? And so my desire to learn about people, understand people, and thus be a net benefit, a net export to them is at the core of that whole experience. What does this have to do with meeting people and making more friends? Well, meeting people is something that just kind of admittedly happens. But connecting with people, learning about why they think the way they think, learning about why they act the way they act, understanding the other person's side of the thing. That's kind of how I approach being social and interacting with people and making friends. I would honestly say that I got a lot of this in school, but really, the most of this I got was when I was working in fast food, of all frickin' places. No, really. Oh, you figured it out though, Crazy Norse. Because I don't matter. So in fast food, I made it a point to try and understand the mentality and the mindset of the other person. And I've told stories about when I was in fast food a lot, because there's a lot of weird, interesting little conversations like Savicom mentions, and I have helped a lot more people leave that Arby's with a smile on their face than not. Working in the service industry is a weirdly empathetic and sympathetic industry to work in. Or you could just be like just dissolve into a negativity bubble. Those are the two options, really. But I bring all that up because that helps, in my opinion, to understand and comprehend other people, which is, in my opinion, the first step to friendship. If I can look at you and kind of see where you're coming from, and see a bit of your perspective and your mindset on that, then I can kind of figure out how to connect with you more and how to connect with you better. Assuming I want to. I may not want to, of course. And as Rax points out, there's no need to do that necessarily. I am assuming here that this is from a desire to connect more and to get more friends. Now, someone earlier, I think it was Primark, mentioned shared interest is a great way to start, as a great launching point to meet and find new people. This is pretty much why MMOs were a big thing. No, really. The reason EverQuest and Ultima Online and Asheron's Call took off was because they were all about people interacting with people who were a part of the same interest groups. Because by simple self-selection, the barrier to entry was there. I'm using that phrase a lot today. The barrier to entry was there so that the only people in EverQuest were people who were kind of already part of the same interest group. And you talk and you chat and you get it, right? And exactly, Valerian. And so this is, we're at a period of time where finding someone with similar interests is actually kind of easy to do. We've got Discord groups, we've got Reddit threads, we've got just going to the local board game place. I know you've got those up there in Canada, and going to a local board game place and just hanging out for a bit, or inviting someone else to it. Another thing too, and this has been said as a joke in questionable content, but is absolutely true. Friends are like viruses. Hear me out. I know that sounds negative. I hope you find one, Primark. Because a good board game place is awesome. Hi, Kay. Welcome to Polemic Day. Because it's a terrible analogy, but it's wonderful the way it works. Let's say, random example, let's say Mr. Red meets Andrew. And now they hit it off. Cool. They're cool. They connect. They talk about strategy games and Britain. And there's their two interest groups. Andrew is currently friends with Rax. And Mr. Red is currently friends with Kay. So now, because of this social circle just kind of expands. And so now, instead of 2 people connecting, it's actually 4 people connecting. Well, as it happens, Rax and whoever else I use, K, also happen to be friends with Savicom and Judo Joker, and then the social circle can expand too. And there's kind of there's a finite limit to this in my experience. There's a point at which you will reach like the limit of other people who share your interest groups. But if you meet someone and you become friends with one person, there's a generally common tendency to then meet their friends and their friends and their friends, and even if you only find like 1 or 2 people there who actually connect there, yeah, you naturally network with them. Now, asterisk, this is all from personal experience and personal observation, and I am an extremely social and charismatic person. No offense, or no praise intended there. No bragging, ego, whatever. Point being, that's a true statement, and so I tend to kind of naturally branch out like this, but I have observed this with other people. In fact, I can prove it to you, Evo. I'm not going to, but I can. Okay. Man, that worked off. I probably should, God, we're really kicking at this particular Polemic week, are we? Or Polemic Day. Because we're almost to lunchtime, and I'm probably going to have to get lunch. Do I have lunch? Do I have something I can reheat today? I don't think I do. I think I'm going to have to order something today. Hang on, let me ask my brother-in-law if he wants anything. Really quick here. If you get this in the next 6 minutes or so, comma, is there anything you'd like to grab for lunch? Question mark. And by that I mean I would order something. Period. So something you're in the mood for, period. Hang on, let's... That's a terrible sentence. There we go. Boom. Much better. Oh, Chipotle sounds good. Alright, next question. Where was I? Arcus says, since I'm a huge football fan, who was I rooting for in the 2022? I was actually Croatia. I was rooting for Croatia in 2022's World Cup. What do I think is going to win the next one? I mean, it's probably going to be Spain. We'll see, though. Still rooting for Croatia. Croatia! Walker says, is my current family my biologic family? No. And there is no overlap. Oh, smoothies. Sure, we could do smoothies for lunch. No, I just realized Super Metroid's been frozen here this whole time. I've completely forgotten about Super Metroid at this point. Sorry. Okay, you know, to make this easy, I'm just gonna take the phone up for ordering. I will be right back. Enjoy the music.
do apologize for that. I've never had this many questions before. We might actually have a second stream today because we have so many questions. That's not a complaint. I'm just bonkered by that. I guess it's a good thing. I actually haven't gotten a smoothie yet. I'm debating what I want. Need something with protein. So it's probably going to be in the fit thing. The peanut... So I'm getting Smoothie King, for those of you who know it. I'm thinking about getting something... Jeez, they've got a peanut one, which I like. Ooh, what's this? Ooh. Bananas, mangoes, spinach, almonds, and protein. What do you think? No, that's high, not zero. That's pretty high. See you around, Devo. I love Smoothie King, like, a lot. I would honestly have Smoothie King every day if I could afford it. No joke. You got it, Rex. But the weather's cold. I love getting cold things in cold weather. You kidding me? Am I the weirdo there, or is that me? Let's do that. I'm getting something for the kiddo, too. Oh, man. Hell yeah. Steak and brick smoothie. Let's do it. That's true, Dakota. That's actually quite true. I think I'm gonna get a burger, too. Just to round it out a little bit. Just like a burger. Nothing fancy. I know, I'm spoiled and fat and ugly and worthless and stupid and nobody loves me. But, I want a burger, damn it. Let's go with... this. Ooh, StarCraft 2 co-op sounds fun. I'd do it, but it would distract the hell out of me while ordering it. I don't think I need that right now. I'm going to tell you right now, Mr. Ed, I tend to not answer religion questions. Having said that, technology is going to be my quick answer to you. Can I eat food on stream? No! Alright. Where are we at in questions? Lunarith says, Picard is bald and Robert Picardo is bald. What is with people named Picard being bald? See, I said don't dox me, Lunarith. God. Gum Gum says, why do parents in reality want their children to be just like them, but with extra steps, and not like it when they go against their norms? You're going to have to ask people about that. I am not the person to answer that question. Like, I don't want my nieces to be anything like me. I want them to actually have a good life. I know, crazy. What, Vigilant? I want my kids to have a... I mean, they're not my children, but I want my nieces to have a good life. They deserve that. Honestly, I would say most people do. So I got donations there. I didn't miss them. Just a little distracted. I mean, that is always the final solution, Vigilant. So called for a reason. Thank you, Vigilant. I do appreciate you. And I will jot that down for Dealer's Choice. Golvig is also donating towards Dealer's Choice.
Unless you want to put it towards up to 3 games, Golvike, which you can do. In which case, either way, thank you, Golvike, for the donation. I do appreciate it. And thank you, Bellicalic, for the sub. I do always appreciate. And I'm just getting bombarded. I'm falling behind. Everyone's like, get him, get him. Hang on, so Bella's putting that towards the Kingdom Hearts block. Woo, I can type. Guardians of the Galaxy and FF16. And then Ross is also subbing. Thank you very much. And if you know what you want to put that towards, Ross, please let me know. That is a thing. I have literally carried all 3 of my nieces simultaneously. It's a little easy because they're kind of small, but you know. No, I just took a bit of an AFK to make lunch happen. Okay, what's the recommended squats to do? Depends on what you're after. What are you interested in working? Because if all you're interested in is just getting your legs, then just a basic squat is more than acceptable. Breath of Fire 2, Ruby, Streaminations, and One Shot. You got it. Thank you, Ross, for your interest in Breath of Fire 2 and nothing else. All right, so Fab Alex asks, would you rather have general knowledge of the things that'll happen in the next 20 years or to stop aging for the next 20 years? I'll go with stop aging. Nobody sane really wants to know the future, and I stand by that. I may be crazy, but I am not insane. If you want to burn fat, so I'm going to recommend 2 basic ones. Which order you do these in is kind of up to you. I don't really have room to do this here. So you probably know what a basic squat is, which is just straight down like this, and making sure that your knees don't go forward or back. So your knees want to be straight, and your butt's going to fly out. It's the most embarrassing part about it. But that's your basic squat. However, if you're really trying to burn off and push your muscles down there, I don't know if I can do this in my pants. Hands, arms straight up as much as you can. My legs are out at an angle like this. I know you can't see them, but this is kind of the V of where my legs are at. And then same general approach. Really hard to do with no space here, but same general approach. Yeah, I can't do it with my chair being here, but going straight down and arms up, which is gonna get your core a little bit. And also, again, try to not, you want your knees and your upper thighs to be at a 9-degree angle when you get down here, like this. Those 2 are both fairly basic, but a good one to do. There are others, but that's probably going to do what you want for that. So next question. Do I know about Henry Kissinger? Yes. Yes, I do. How do I think that he just have his 100th birthday a couple weeks back? How is that man still alive? All right. Or to repeat a joke. Zalok says, what do I think that other primates having a sense of justice... What? Hang on. What do I think that other primates having a sense of justice would mean for good and evil? I specifically wonder if this infers that aliens might have a sense of good and evil. He made a deal. I would say... that justice has nothing to do with good or evil, to be completely honest. Justice is math. Justice is about correct, not right. And has more to do with evening out the scales than accomplishing anything moral. Having said that, aliens clearly have a sense of good and evil. I should know. Canada Bank says, I recently lost a friend because I believe doing things like writing a comic or a book is stuff people don't have to do. Not losers. This friend said, why do I defend losers who do nothing for themselves? Okay, hang on. I gotta figure out what's being said here. Canada Bangs, so let me say this in their terms. I believe doing things like writing a book, comic, etc. is stuff people don't have to do. This friend said, why do I defend losers who do nothing for themselves? I don't even understand what their point is here. What? How is you saying people don't have to be creative? What, okay, hang on. So your point is that people don't have to be creative. And their point is that you're defending losers who do nothing for themselves. Where is the logic leap here? Because I'm not seeing it. In what reality? In what alien world is this a thing? Is good and evil universal or defined by culture? That's an interesting question that I can only speak on from ignorance. Because I'm stupid. But no, I think that good and evil are something that exists regardless of us. Let me put it that way. I do think there is a universal concept of good and evil, regardless of moral relativism or cultural stigmas or whatever. Okay, so he's saying because he's writing a book, he's better than you and your friends because you're not on his level, which is extremely stupid. You told him not everyone can do everything, and it spiraled from there. Okay. So I feel like I've already given my opinion on this question by the, they're extremely stupid. Congrats on losing this friend. That's probably a net positive to your life. That just sounds like base elitism from their perspective, honestly. Like, that's right up there with, oh yes, I have an electric car, which makes me better than you. And I'm also vegan. And also I write. Of course I write. I like to go down to the Starbucks. And I write. Yep. In other words, and as we actually talked about this recently, or, oh yeah, and I use a Linux system. As we've talked about recently, the real problem there is the elitism, right? There's nothing wrong with being vegan or using Linux or driving an electric car. What's wrong is the idiot. How can you live without the simple pleasure of knowing what it feels like to have chocolate sauce poured all over your naked body? Chauncey! We're done. Experiment says, any advice... Oh, actually, I already answered that one. Sorry. Mr. Red says, who is evil? You are, Mr. Red. You are. Ryman says, do I recycle at all regularly? Actually, I do. But I do have... So, okay. Thoughts on recycling in general. You may or may not remember that, because I've only said it like 50 times today. But there's a gap in between, perfection and progress, right? Like trying to do better. Just because a solution isn't good doesn't mean a solution can't make something better. There we go. What's funny is this isn't even like a moral thing. This is just true on a basic level. If you have a production line that you can't fix right now, you can still make the production line better, right? So I think recycling falls into that category. I do think that trying to recycle at least some stuff, especially plastics, is really the big thing there. Is an overall good thing to try and do. It depends on what your local recycling facility is, how they operate, what they process, and what they process it into, right? Like, it's kind of a variable thing. We happen to have a local recycling facility that actually only takes aluminum and plastic, but I'm okay with that because they do process both of those pretty well, and they do try to actually recycle most of that plastic right back into the local area. Cool. So we do actually pay for an extra trash bin, and we do have a separate recycling company that comes by every week to pick that up, right? Exactly, 10-headed Hydra. Having said that, I think recycling is the kind of technology we need to be pushing the hell out of. What we have right now is the bare bones of recycling, and in several cases, some recycling facilities use so much electricity in what they do that they're actually worse for the environment overall because of the fact that they are burning that much coal, for example. you need to zoom out the camera a little bit when you think about things like recycling. So I do think it's a technology that should be pushed and improved and properly developed and blah, 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 blah. I do think recycling is a really, really good technology to move up a tier on, for lack of a better way to put that. I don't think we're there yet. I don't think we're even close to that yet, to be completely honest. And that's my thoughts in general. Judo Joker says, where is evil? Well, we have to pay, so garbage, well, I mean, we have to pay for garbage collection too. But we have to pay extra for recycling collection. Like I said, it's a different company. And that varies. Some places actually mandate recycling. But they only mandate certain recycling, and it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. It varies so wildly from place to place around here. Hey, Star Wars. And hey, Boster. Boster? Hi. Thank you very, very much, Lilum Loss. I will jot that down for Metro Exodus, Guardians of the Galaxy, Star Trek Resurgence. Thank you. Okay, so next question. God, I'm just trying to push through these. Jesus, really, Tagoda? I mean, I've actually lived someplace like that around here. In fact, I have lived at one place not too long ago where when I asked, you know, do you do recycling around here, the response I got was to get a weird look. Like someone looked at me weird. And I'm like, oh, okay. Just gonna let that use. Yeah, reuse, reduce, and recycle. That's actually true. Reduce, reuse, and recycle is absolutely true. I'm going to answer that question really quick. Experiment asks, what's the piano theme I used at the beginning of my recorded ruminations? That's actually a custom piece. That's done by me. I don't play the piano, but that's digitally created by me and for me for my rumination. So it's actually an original piece of music. So Valerian says, how do you feel about nature? As in, do you enjoy things like camping or hiking? I'm not actually joking here. Happy Halloween, Star Wars. But I want to make this very clear. If bugs didn't exist, I would love camping and hiking. I mean that. I like getting out. I like air. I like sun. I like the smell of forests. You know, there's that kind of uniquely green scent. I like getting exercise. You know, I like being physically active. And I like hanging out in the wild and all that fun stuff. Bugs can go directly to hell. I say without hyperbole or joking that bugs ruin the experience. And you're probably thinking, oh, just flies and stuff. And yeah, sure. But no, mosquitoes, spiders, ticks, biting ants. Bugs ruin the outdoors for me. So, you give me a holodeck where I can go camping, sure. Or like a artificially created environment, sure. Otherwise, probably not going to happen. Yeah, bullet ants. I've actually been bitten by a bullet ant once. Swelled up like, God, like this big. It was huge. It was awful. I have woken up with a spider in my sleeping bag before. I have gotten ants in my mouth. I'm still not sure how that happened. No, thank you. Evo is asking a question, and she's not here, so I'm going to save that question. Savicom, who just got back, says, do I believe in... I think I actually already answered that. Latario asks, what person is alive in today... What person that is alive today is well-liked, and you think that is disgusting and awful? Oh, Jesus, Dakota, that sounds like fun. Let's see... I suppose Elon Musk is well-liked. Honestly. I have to say it that way because I don't know anybody who likes him. But that might just be my personal circle, right? Yeah, exactly, Alpha Host. That's exactly right. Yeah, let's skip Musk. Let's go with someone else. I feel like there is an answer to that. What? What's the real question? You said, do I believe in nuclear power? Which I answered. I don't really know nuclear power well enough to give a long-term feasibility answer to it. I do think it's better than coal or natural gas for a lot of reasons. I don't know if it's the best solution, but I do think that considering we already have several nuclear plants going now, and that I do think that we're shutting down too many of those out of what is effectively fear and leaning on cheaper answers for power, I think that's bad, basically. I think that electricity needs to be something that we consider more of a high-profile problem than just something that's a money issue. 1 second, please. My biological mother just texted me. As usual. I know, right, Kay? Put simply, I feel like... Let me say this very simply. Some of my more technologically bent friends who follow the progression and innovations and I have talked about this issue, and it boils down to... It feels like nuclear power should have been the kind of thing that was a bridge to better power sources, but we kind of skipped over that step, and instead we went up to nuclear, and then we're going back down from nuclear. What probably should have happened is going up to nuclear, and then up to something else. But we're not at... Like, right now, we should be at the something else, and we're not. The biggest issue, and this is something that does need to be acknowledged, is that there is a very serious issue with the pollution that is a byproduct of nuclear power. I say pollution in quote-unquote because it's not what we traditionally think of as pollution, but it is still a form of pollution. It is something that needs to be dealt with, and disposing of it is a colossal problem. So what needed past tense to happen is we should have switched to nuclear, realized that that's not a long-term solution, and then switched up to something else. And now we're at the point where getting to nuclear might be something we probably should do now, so we can then make the next step forwards, because we are way too dependent, at least here in the States, I'm not sure about other countries, but here in the States we're way too dependent on natural gas plants and coal plants specifically. They're absolutely all over the place in terms of providing power for the United States. And we've actually been walking back production into solar and into wind in a lot of places. The biggest example I always like to point to is New Vegas, which actually was pushing a lot of money and resources several years ago into waste. That's a good word, Crazy Norse. Pushing into getting a massive solar plant going for... did I say New Vegas? Did I seriously do that? Whoops, that's me reading the future again. Into Vegas, current Vegas. We'll start calling it Old Vegas soon. And that was like shut down. They walked back from that because of the exact reason you're thinking. Lobbying and financial interests. So that sucks. And the worst part is, though, every single one of those projects that fails then is now used as an excuse for why future projects shouldn't even try. And that's a problem. I said this earlier. I feel like if you tunnel down to one of the most fundamental things that will be the answer to a huge amount of technological problems that we have as a species, one of the things at the very bottom is electricity, energy generation. And I think that should be something that's a little bit higher priority to solve long term. And the fact that we are honestly backpedaling in terms of electrical generation so hard, at least here in the country I'm in right now, the United States, is not a good thing. I'm sure that people love their money, and that's cool and all, but yeah, we really need to be pushing forward. In all joking aside, proper fusion generation or an arc reactor or something else that's currently a sci-fi concept would be a godsend, right? But no. Anyways, I'm sorry. Way off topic. I apologize. Savacom, you're awesome. Person that is alive today is well liked that I think is disgusting and awful. You know, I'd say Steve Jobs, but I think a lot of people now, first of all, he's dead, but second of all, I think a lot of more people are aware of the fact that he's not a great person. So that's not really true anymore. Who's Steve Jobs? You probably know him as the Apple person. The guy who was the CEO of Apple. Okay, that was a joke question. Henry Kissinger. I don't know anybody who actually likes Henry Kissinger. That's not a good sign, Judo Joker. I'm just gonna say it. I'm just gonna lose viewers right now. A person that is alive today that is well liked, that I think is a disgusting and awful person. Donald Trump. Now, I should mention really quick that a lot of my negative opinion of him predates his presidential campaign. Because I'm an economics geek. And so I kind of follow the economics sector. And he's been kind of not great in that field for a really long time. Yeah, he's just... Do you know how much of my biological family voted for Trump? Both times. I'll give you a hint. All of them. I used to say that Trump wasn't really the problem, which is still true, actually. But something I have been learning, thanks to historical distance, thanks to information coming out after the fact, because you know how that is, right? We can know more about something after it happened because we get more information and we get more resources and people are more willing to talk about it, right? We know more about World War II now than we did back in the 50s, put simply, right? So I have started to learn a whole lot more about what the Trump administration was doing and a lot of the crap that was happening during his position as president. How much of that is placed on him or not doesn't even matter, really. Because it's the administration that did a lot of things that I fundamentally, violently disagree with. And, you know, you're probably thinking, well, Biden isn't any better. That's true, in many ways, to be perfectly blunt, because the Biden administration has not been fixing a lot of that crap. They made a few really quick, like, face-saving gestures right when Biden was sworn in. You remember that? Like the first day, it was like, hey, we're going to go do this. We're going to go back to this, and the Paris Accords and all that. And yeah, it was all nice, big, sweeping stuff, which didn't really fix a lot of the actual fundamental problems. It's stuff that you wouldn't even hear about. Voting precincts is a big example. Tunneling down into individual level, like the county level stuff. Was stuff that was done under the Trump administration to make voting more difficult to do, in general, just across the board. Pushing certain people out of positions, volunteer positions. A lot of people... you would not believe how much of our current voting system here in the States is reliant on volunteers, by the way. A lot of volunteers getting pushed out of those positions and pushed out of jobs of oversight, of double-checking, stuff like that, right? I know, Ginger. I know. It's tiny little individual detailed stuff, which has a fairly large amount of a knock-on effect. I don't even want to talk about what's been happening on the Mexico border, which is just insanity. Yeah, what's been happening with the Postal Service in both directions, by the way. Just, it's a lot. My biggest fear, no offense whatsoever to anybody who would lean the other way, is not that Trump will get elected again, but that what will happen if he is president again. Does that make sense? Trump is a bump on the road, to be perfectly blunt. The problem is everything to do with the infrastructure of what a road is. Like, this analogy actually works even better than I intended it, because have you ever thought about what goes into making a road? Think about all the steps and all the processes and everything that's going on with this giant road, and everything is wrong with that process of making that road. Just yikes. It's scary. And I don't like that. I don't like being worried about having to move specifically to ensure that just in case my nieces are protected. I don't like having to think about having to deal with the kind of problems that could affect their lives growing up. I don't like having to think and have fear for friends and real family members who would be fundamentally in a worse state if certain people, and again, not Trump's just whatever. He's just the noise. He's the tank, right? There's people who are trying to push agendas that will make this country and the state that we currently live in a worse place to live in for people I know personally, right? That's scary. I apologize for getting real for just a second there. It is Polemic Day. Have I seen the governor of Florida? I am entirely too aware of DeSanta at this point. That is an interesting career to follow. What? It's your favorite dungeon in the game, Equalitas. Blade Travel was like, how could Secret of Mana score badly? This dungeon, right here, this dungeon. I actually haven't reached it yet, would you believe it, Spartan? I'm still going down the list. Let me move on. Yes, this is great. This is great music for this topic. I cannot, in my heart of hearts, believe that not only that the other side is evil, but honestly that the other side even exists, if that makes any sense. This is... I have no proof of this, but I feel like there's too much of a push towards lines, towards enforcing tribalism, us versus them. There's a lot of that in the States. There has been, since I want to say like 2004, I forget the exact year. You can actually trace it to a specific year. DeSantis, excuse me. You can trace it to a specific year because there was a campaign manager, I forget his name, who implemented a brand new policy when it came to the presidential election, which has had a tremendous amount of domino effect on how elections are run here in the States and how political parties are perceived. And it was trying to go very, very anti the other side and very pro your side. And that thing has never stopped snowballing ever since here in the States. It has gotten so vitriolic and so versus, and I disagree with that fundamentally. I feel like I am of the opinion that even if we have two parties, these two parties should be working together. This is our boss fight. These two parties need to be working together because of their disagreements to come up with the best possible government that satisfies as many people as possible. Not, these are two factions opposed to each other which want to dominate the government and only do their side of things, which is where we're at right now. I disagree with that fundamentally. I could be wrong. I could be inaccurate. I could be incorrect about this, but I cannot, at my core, believe that this should be this, right? That this should be a versus situation. And you might say, well, that only applies in like a small scale stuff. But no, I fundamentally agree with that, especially at the governmental side of things. The government is where that matters most. My food's not here yet, which is why I'm not breaking it. I mean, that may be, ISE. You may be right. It may be the fact that too many people haven't grown up. Because, I said this earlier, I believe that being willing to admit that you're wrong and that you've lost And accepting that and moving on from that is part of being a grown-up. And as I've said before, I know people personally who are older than me who have not learned that lesson. This is actually funny, because I was actually accused very recently on my YouTube comments of insisting that I am always right and that I can never be wrong, which is fundamentally inaccurate. American flag. It's such an old concept, Ross. What's your, if you don't mind sharing, Savagam, you can share it in private if you prefer. What's your timeline? Like, when are you getting out, if you know what I mean? Without context. Oh, dude, YouTube comments. I get so many fun comments. I get so many fun comments. Boss fight's still here. We're still fighting the boss fight. No, that's not what I meant. Never mind. I'll ask you later. You know what? I'll share a good comment. That's a good thing. I need to mentally check myself on that. I need to remind myself that there are good comments. I've had one guy who's been, I shouldn't presume gender. I've had one person who's been consistently commenting on the StarCraft 2 VODs. And they've been giving me some really cool comments. Let me pull out a really cool one here. Here's someone who disagreed with me about the "we're done" scene, but did it in a cool way. The scene, the scene isn't as bad because they interpreted it as "we're done" being their debts are squared, rather than "we're done as a relationship, we're done as a friendship." He saved her from the Zerg, she saved him from the Dominion, which would have worked if not for the dialogue leading up to it. So there you go, boom. Good comment. I get good comments every day. I need to remind myself about that. I have someone who's been watching my Hitman stream recently. Is that you, Arspruce? Really? I have a bad tendency to not look at the names attached to comments. Do I still regularly get Trek comments? Actually, yeah. Here. How long do you think it's been since my most recent Trek comment? Go ahead and guess right now. 3 days? Okay, that's a good guess. A day? Okay. The correct answer is 7 hours ago. I'm actually surprised there wasn't one when I went to check right now. This was this morning. It was someone who was telling me that I suck because I need to do scripted YouTube videos instead of my usual approach of off-the-cuff chatting. Now, that sounds like a negative, but that's okay because the comment before that was also a negative comment. I'm joking, actually. I'm joking. The one before that actually said they disagree with me about my analysis of plea bargains because they don't want to... This is actually an interesting point to bring up. They don't want to break the no controversial rule, but they say that the reason for one of the majority of plea bargains are for the benefit of the defendant, which is true if the defendant is guilty, by the way. That actually is a true statement. The reason why I tend to come down so hard on plea bargains is for the people who are innocent. Prosecutors push plea bargains regardless. They don't care if you're guilty or innocent. If you're innocent, plea bargains are bad, and if you're guilty, plea bargains are good. So that's the mindset. And so, okay, I'm with that. Then they say, they love your analysis. The edit parts have me belly laughing. I always wonder why you don't edit more. Now I know. Thank you for the excellent content. Boom. Positive comment. That was 17 hours ago. So, no, I get lots of good comments. I need to remind myself about that every now and again. Agreed, Savacom. That was specifically the episode Judgment, which is the Klingon court episode of Enterprise, if you're not familiar with it off the top of your head. That's why plea bargains came up into that. Yes, Valerian. So it looks like I'm still waiting for my food to get here. So let's answer a few more questions here. Sorry. Let's move on. Let's get out of politics and doom and gloom. There's actually two, Savacom. Opinions on Ezra Miller as an actor. Okay. I would say, like, if we're going like a 1 to 10 scale, a 0 to 10 scale, with, no, that's inaccurate. Let's do a negative 10 to 10 scale. That's better. I would say he's about a 1. He's honestly not that great of an actor. I would call him substantially below average. He only does like one individual little thing that's kind of okay as far as that. Damn it, Cannibalizzo! Oh, is Ezra they? My apologies, I didn't actually know that. I kind of stopped following Ezra Miller as a person because of obvious reasons. So they are not a particularly good actor. My apologies. What about as a person? Well, I stopped following Ezra Miller as a person, and that's actually all I'm going to say about that. Jude Joker says, "We live in a society." Simple Gamer says, in the Star Wars rewrite, hey, are clones going to be officers for a droid army, or are they going to be their own special forces group? Very good question. We haven't fully decided yet, but the current running idea was we need to have clones somewhere, right? Because we can't just eject the clones. But the problem is the clones just don't really work for the Republic at the time. It's just not something that really is feasible. Even in existing canon, the clone army is a huge handwave. So, Takoida's idea is kind of what I was actually thinking. Why don't we go ahead and make it so that the clones kind of are, let's call them farmed out, as a, like, essentially make the clone force its own mercenary force, which then hires out their people for expertise, officer oversight, that kind of thing, but also individual troops. So in other words, are they going to be officers or are they going to be their own special forces group? The answer here would then be theoretically both. Kind of like Seed, exactly, like Seed from FF8. And so the idea here is that the clones would then be a tool for the person who's actually controlling them, Palpatine, in order to try and specifically utilize them in like this battle. We need this battle to go this way. We need this battle to go this way. So the clones who are there can help tilt that battle the way it should go, and thus the whole war and the course of the whole war can be controlled via these clones by Palpatine. Now, I don't actually know if we're going to go that route or not, but that's where I'm leaning at the moment. Good answer. Or good question, excuse me. Not an answer. Not an answer. Terrible answer. Good question. Savicom, hey, says, wouldn't you agree MLP is awesome? Yes. I actually unironically recommend that show to a lot of people. In fact, I'm looking forward to doing a rewatch of it soon with a friend of mine. I've said that I don't like the institutional Catholic Church in the U.S. now, if I can explain why. So, I can explain why. It's not so much in the how do I explain this? So obviously the Catholic Church as an entity, as an organization right now, is certainly in a lot better position than it was historically, but that's true for basically everything. I'm just saying that to get the proviso out of the way. I think my overall point, though, is that, and I do only have out-of-date information on this. I should probably mention that, like 20 years out-of-date information at this point. But I feel like the entity, the organization, does a little bit too much as what I can only refer to as a business, which, if I'm being completely honest, I kind of don't agree with. I know I'm big on institutions, and I know I'm big on governance and oversight, and curation, and all that fun stuff, but I feel like religion is one of those things that shouldn't really be an organized body, if that makes any sense. I feel like if you believe something and I believe something and we both believe something, cool. And if we want to get together and pray together, cool. And if we want to get together at church and do that, cool. But the moment it becomes a business is the moment I feel like a line has been crossed, right? The nature of how they approach taxes, or rather don't approach taxes, the nature of how the money goes where and what, the nature of, like, the organization level of it. That's kind of my fundamental issue with it. Yeah, exactly, Ross. That's kind of exactly it. And I know that, obviously, there are always going to be ways around that, right? Like, if we magically somehow removed the Catholic Church as an entity, as an organization from the United States, there's still going to be a Catholic Church. There's still going to be an organization there. There's going to be people who get together and organize, and they have people who coordinate and run that. And that, you know, that's logical. And if I've actually, I have that answer kind of prepared because I've been asked that question before. If I could just Thanos snap a church, you know, religion, organized religion, out of existence, would that be a good thing? And my answer was immediately no. Even if you did it, it would probably actually make things worse. But I'm getting to my actual point. My actual point is that I feel like I feel like I'm just giving the same answer over and over to every question I'm being asked. I feel like a little bit more, how do I put this? A little bit more of a barrier to entry on the financial side of things, and not just allowing churches to get away with what is effectively financial fraud, is something that bothers me, right? It's for pretty much the exact same reason that ActiBlizzard got a massive tax rebate a few years ago. It's the exact same thing. It's the exact same thing that irritates me for the exact same reason. I don't think churches should be tax exempt, and I don't think that large companies should be tax exempt, and I don't think that the financial side of things should be as mired as it is legally. Now, I say this knowing that even if we add taxations and add barriers to entry for this kind of, there's still going to be some fraud, there's still going to be some jackasses who are trying to abuse the system to make themselves rich at the expense of others. That's going to happen, but I do think that better is better than where we're at right now, my opinion. And so, does that answer you? And I just lost Savacom as a viewer. That's okay, that's okay. I've got to be honest, I can't lie about it. Can't lie about it. Because you know that there would be loopholes, right? You know that there's people who will, there are people who are going to be like, I'm going to donate this. Oh, thanks for that donation, right? Like, of course that's going to happen, right? But yeah, I think getting rid of that tax problem would be at least part of the solution there. One second. What? Okay. That's strange. Oh god, final boss time. Yes I have. Thank you for asking, Hero. By the way, this is the song that I was cranking when I was venting. I mentioned that earlier. Took us about an hour to get there. For those of you who even know what I'm talking about. It's a great event song. It really is. It's just... They did. Some of the songs are better in the remake, and some are not. The scream helps. I know that sounds strange, but that scream helps. Okay, so hold on. That's a good question, Kay. It's actually not the final boss, but it's might as well be the final boss of Secret Mana. Yeah, it's the main villain. It's almost done. Probably the Yasunori Mitsuda one, Valerian. Arcus asks, do I plan on going back to movie ruminations? No. I suppose I could give a more thorough answer to that, but I feel like I'm repeating myself because I am. I've been giving this answer all year. Ruminations are sufficiently mentally and physically taxing to the point of actually causing me pain and are unhealthy for me to do. 5 years ago, I knew this. And 5 years ago, actually over 5 years ago now, I put out a message basically saying, hey, I'm going to stop doing the ruminations at some point. Everybody said, no, 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 no. So as kind of a, well, okay, I feel bad about canceling this concept that other people like, I decided to go and do them for a little bit longer. So I decided to keep doing the ruminations pretty much until the last rumination recording, which was about 2.5 or 3 years ago at this point. That was when I recorded the last movie rooms that went live and the last of the Star Trek rooms that went live. And then obviously because I did all the stuff way, way in advance, I walked away from ruminations and, oh, thank God. Yes, that is absolutely correct, Ross. And yeah, I believe the Pixar block was the very last section of that. The streaminations are nowhere near as taxing. They are still a little bit taxing, but not even remotely into the same category. And the streaminations are also kind of a give and take thing that have been paused as I've been trying to catch up in the queue. Movie and TV rooms are pretty much exactly the same, Crazy Norse. Yeah, streaminations are once per week and done live, essentially. So between the additional interaction with people and the fact that I don't have to cram them and smash them out in a very short period of time to get them all prepped in advance, plus the additional editing that has to go into that and all that fun stuff, it's just a whole different animal. Yes, Roman Cure, you are now invisible. Congratulations. So, Ect is... I mean, it is vulgarity. The approach is still the same from my perspective, but it is supposed to be different. What in the world is happening? Anyways, Ect is here. Worst controller in the history of the Forever Ever. I mean, the worst controller ever is probably, like, one of those terrible controllers you've never heard of, like the Atari, or like one of those old Commodore controllers. But oh yeah, the Jaguar is actually the worst controller ever. But let's ignore the low-hanging fruit on that. In all honesty, yeah, exactly. Yeah, so mainstream stuff, the NES. The original NES controller is, in my opinion, the worst controller I've ever used. It's too small. It's blocky, which is literally physically painful to hold for long periods of time. And, yeah, the rectangle of carpal tunnel. And its button layout is not conducive to holding, so you have to kind of do this thing in addition to everything else. So, NES, easy answer. The SNES was such a huge step up. Rounded corners, better layout of buttons, better usage of the buttons. Got the L and R going on there. That was great. Anyways, Gum says, would I ever try vegetable soup? I like vegetable soup. I've always had kind of big hands, by you know. Oh, you got it, Roman Cure. Thank you. I have no idea why that didn't show up earlier. Which has been kind of weird. So maybe that's the problem. Arcus says, do I believe time travel will be invented in the future, assuming it hasn't been invented already? No. Latari says, what is your opinion of a god who is a creator and sovereign but turned his back on this world centuries ago? You've actually asked me that question before on Discord, but I'll continue to give you the same answer. They're a dick, and Rule 0 applies universally. Mr. Red says, do you think we'll see that media is influenced by the whole lockdown situation of 2020 in the near future? Like fiction talks about it, is set during it, and aspects that work within it. Yes, especially since we actually already have There are several films that have already come out that actually deal with lockdown culture. And of course, we all know that the big indicator of whether something is culturally significant or not is whether or not it is within porn. And we do know that there's lockdown porn, QED. Legion, who has since bowed out actually, said, if hypothetically I believe that good and evil exist, what would you suggest a person who was born evil do? Should they just be killed even though they haven't done anything yet? If they're so this is the... oh God, what's that called? What's that movie with Tom Cruise? It's actually a good movie. Yeah, it's the pre-crime division. Minority Report. That's the Minority Report question. If they're fundamentally incapable of understanding good as a concept, how do you be good towards them? So, first of all, it's a huge question mark to assume that someone can be born evil. But let's assume for just a second that that's true. Let's take that as a red thing. People can be born good or born evil. So what do you do with a person who is born evil? Honestly, I would say that a proper society and culture should go ahead and then work with that person. Right? There is such a thing as a functionally evil person. Someone who is still, evil, but is capable of actually either doing good or helping others or being a functional part of society. Right? I mean, people like to use the term high-functioning sociopath, but even though that's a little bit poppy, right? Like, do something with them, as opposed to just, and that's also assuming that they will always be evil. We don't know if such a thing can be adjusted or changed, or if they're even capable of doing good as opposed to just doing evil, and so forth, and so on. There's too many what ifs, too many question marks here that make me kind of go, so I suppose that's my overall answer. Fundamentally, I do not... So, I'm a big believer, if that's the right word there, in the concept of free will. Which means that even if you somehow know that someone is going to do something evil in the future, somehow, Minority Report, then yeah, do something to fix the situation. Don't just say, oh, you're under arrest. Cashel says, how do we fix lobbying so that not only the interests of the super rich are represented? So the answer is we don't, because we can't. Any attempt to fix lobbying and to regulate lobbying is just going to shift it from lobbying to bribes. Now, this is just... This is so funny, because this is just the theme of today. This is where we're at. I still think straight up either banning or heavily regulating lobbying is better than good. Or is better than now, right? Is pushing it up. Is pushing the meter up a little bit, because lobbying is a goddamn joke in the United States. It is bribing. But it's being... there's a psychological term, I don't know what it's called right now, but it's when you couch something in more acceptable language, which makes people accept it more. And I do still think, I do think that lobbying is kind of a problem there, because too many people think there's nothing wrong with lobbying. However, lobbying as it's applied here in the States is almost universally just bribing. Yeah, lobbying is legalized crime. And when you say it that way, people get a lot more antagonistic toward it, a lot less acceptable of it. Now, here's the problem. The reason I'm not in favor of just completely getting rid of lobbying is because of what lobbying is supposed to be. Let's assume for a moment that me and Valerian and Dakota and Gum Gum and Andrew and everybody I just see in chat right now are like, all right, we want to reach out and make it so that bananas are banned, because bananas are exploding and killing people. So we're like, let's do this. Let's go ahead and try to lobby for that change. Lobbying as a concept should be fine. Petitioning your government to try and get a change that you as a people want to happen is fine. That's the problem, because when you ask me what I think I need to do about lobbying, what you're asking about is bribery. What you're asking about is the lobbying industry, which exists. And that's the problem. There's nothing really wrong with the concept of lobbying. The problem is the industry and the financial sector of legalized crime and bribery, which exists, which is awful. And yeah, exactly. This is why I mentioned that couching it in more acceptable terms, because nobody wants to get rid of lobbying. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Valerian. There was one specific incident, and of course I don't remember what it was, but there was a politician, an individual senator, who was part of one of those committees, that actually get stuff done, and they were bribed with a visit to a golf course that was just comped, basically. So they just got to go and golf at this golf course for free, and that was all it took. That was the bribe. Now, the easy answer here, though, is remove the money from the equation. I know I just freaking said this about the Catholic Church, but I'm dead serious. Remove the money from the equation. There's no donations. There's no campaign funds. There's no giving to the frickin' police ball. Remove money from the equation. If you want to lobby, then send people, plural, to go and say, hey, this is what we would like this to do. This is the direction we would like this to go. Here's our argument, ... There will still be bribes. There will still be people putting money to, there will still be donations, and there'll still be all that kind of crap. But goddamn, the fact that it is so normalized and legalized that a company can dump millions of dollars upon senators and committee members in order to try and get laws changed is awful. Yeah, how many people, if you follow the trail of how many people who went from House representatives or senator or any of the secretary positions or staff positions, and then immediately got a nice cushy executive job at a company, it's a large list. It's way too big of a list. So try to chunk that line, that financial line there, and try to regulate that so that it's no longer legal to do so. And again, it will not fix things, but I do honestly think it will improve the situation better. I could be wrong. Hell, I probably am wrong. I don't know. But that's my answer to you, Cashel. Now, my food is finally here. I'm going to break for a short lunch, and then I'm going to answer more questions, because I still got like 13 pages to go through. So, I'll see you guys in a minute.